Recording in progress. Open session to hear public comment before closed session is now in order. Roll call.
Councilmember Bana is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda absent. And Mayor Martinez.
Here. All right. So closed session, can you read off the items?
Yes. The items to be discussed during tonight's closed session are C1, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, Employee Organizations, SEIU Local 1021 Full-Time Unit and Part-Time Unit, IFPTE Local 21 Mid-Level Management Unit and Executive Management Units, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Item C2 is Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation, Winehaven Trust versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al. Item C3 is Conference with Legal Counsel Anticipated Litigation, one case. Item C3A is Conference with Real Property Negotiator, Property, South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and the BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiators, Lena Velasco. Negotiating parties, Miraflores Community DevCo. And under negotiations, price and terms of payment.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment before closed session?
Yes, we do. We have an in-person speaker, Mike Velasquez. If you could just press the red button, please. You may begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Velasquez, Richmond Firefighters Local 188 Union President. You will probably hear today about a plan to reduce mandatory overtime from our fire chief. Let me remind you all that this is not new. When the fire chief was hired, he asked the fire department for constantly getting overlooked from the top. We have a solution. The issue has been around for years, and another 18 months with this fire chief will destroy the fire department. The city manager has allowed the fire chief to run rampant and not be accountable for his actions. We've had people leave the department and more to come, and this is why I say there is no reason why he cannot be on admin leave. I am certain that there are others within the city that are on admin leave for lesser issues. In addition, I have gotten word that the final report is out in regards to the fire department. This is why we have submitted a PRA request for the communication from the city to the consultant. It does not feel right the way things have been going, and I am sure something will come up. We also just found out that the PERB charge that we filed was accepted by the state. So because we are not taking care of our problems internally, we now have the State Personnel Board, in addition to the State Auditing Board, going through our city. When is enough enough? We are tired of having to fight tooth and nail for what is right, and it is obvious that there is more issues than just the fire chief, due to the exposure that the city manager is allowing to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right, with our last speaker, open comment is closed and adjourned to closed session.
Test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2 3 4 5.
It is now time to start the special meeting of the Richmond City Council successor agency to the Richmond Community Redevelopment Agency. We were supposed to start at 6 o'clock as printed in the document. We are a little over half an hour late. My apologies. I will do my best to keep us on track in the future. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh. A little excitement.
No damage.
Yes. All right, roll call.
Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here. All right, statement of conflict of interest. Do we have any?
I have one with item V3A.
I'm sorry, this is the
Oh,
successor
sorry.
agency.
Wrong one.
Okay, no problems. So hearing none, next item.
The next item is agenda review.
Having only one item, I suppose there's nothing to review.
Okay. The next item is a successor agency to,
Having done that, it's time for the next item, which is adjournment of this section. So adjourned, and now we begin the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call once again.
yes, Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Microphone.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Next item.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Okay, now, I have a conflict of interest with item V3A and will be removing myself from the room when that's being considered.
Okay.
Any
Next.
others? Hearing none, next item.
The next item is agenda review.
Okay, I have several movements to make. I'm changing the action items. So let me see. Yes, for the W items, W4 will be heard first. That's contract amendments with Weiss, Janney, Elsner Associates. That will be followed by V86, which, V8B, which has been pulled,
Okay, can you repeat that? So W4 followed by,
followed by V8B.
okay.
And V8B is long-term financial analysis of the city's budget under proposed alternative scenarios.
Okay,
That will be heard, following that will be W1. W1 is opportunities for soccer fields and other amenities in various city parks, followed by W3, which is an 18-month plan to eliminate mandatory overtime within the Richmond Fire Department. And W2 will be continued to October 17th. And before we have a consent calendar, I'm sorry?
Are we still in agenda review?
Yes.
Did you want to say something else?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I believe, and I've had a conversation with staff, that the item about, I'm trying to find it very quickly. Goodness. I thought B4A was going to be pulled by staff, removed by staff.
That will be continued to October 17th. That's what I was going
Oh,
to say.
okay,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
fine. And then the other thing was, I talked with Shannon about the ordinance that they're wanting to have I see, it's V4B. They want to make some changes to the ordinance because we have to, if we're going to ask for an exception. So that is to be removed and coming back on the 17th. I see Shannon nodding, and the city manager, so
Okay, I'm sorry, that is, repeat it again?
V4B
Okay,
will
V4B.
be continued to October 17th.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Are there any other movements of council items, agenda items? If not, then can you repeat all the changes?
Yes. So, excuse me, the changes to our new business category are, we will be hearing item W4 first, the contract with Wiss, Janey, Elsner and Associates, followed by V8B, which is the long-term financial analysis of the city's budget. After that, we will go back to W1, opportunities for soccer fields, and then moving to W3, the 18-month plan to eliminate mandatory overtime with the Richmond Fire Department. Item W2 has been continued to the October 17th meeting, as well as items V4A, which is the annual review and adoption of the resolutions to approve the financial policies, and V4B, which is the Omnia Cooperative Purchase Agreements for citywide goods and services, have been moved to the October 17th meeting. And then item V9B was removed for discussion. Is that correct?
V, yeah, V8B,
V8B, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
the long-term financial analysis.
right.
Yes.
And I believe that for V3A, under community development, our legal staff has a comment to make.
Okay.
Yes, that is on the consent calendar, but I just did want to make a comment. We did get in touch with the Attorney General's office, and we have a clarification that I think we've sent around to the whole council, but I just want to state it publicly. The Registry of Charitable Trust office in the Attorney General's office indicated in response to our email, and this quote, as long as the audits for the fiscal years ending 12/31/20 and 12/31/21 are in process, the organization may solicit and receive contributions and conduct its day-to-day operations. So there's some question that was raised about that. We did follow up with the AG's office to find out their position, and their position is that there are appropriate audits that are ongoing currently, and as long as those audits are in operation, the organization is free to solicit and receive contributions, which means that the agenda item there is appropriate.
Thank you. All right, agenda review is done. Let's move on to the next item.
The next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, with all the excitement, and assuming I can find my agenda. The agenda items, the first one, C1, which was labor negotiations. We did get reports from the negotiators on the negotiations of 3 of the units. We gave a status report. There was further direction given to the city's negotiators, and there was no reportable action. On C2, which is the Winehaven Trust versus City of Richmond, we gave a status report on that litigation, and again, there was no reportable action taken. There is a second matter listed there, which is the Giddyville Ranchera versus City of Richmond, and on that item, we did not have time to discuss it, so that will be moved to your next agenda. There's on C3, which is a report on initiation of litigation in one case. We also did not have time to talk about that. but item C3A, which is the Miraflores litigation, we did give a report on developments in that matter concerning real property negotiations. I will report for the record that the Miraflores development entity has now declared bankruptcy, and so the actions, there was a foreclosure action that was being undertaken, and that has now been blocked by a bankruptcy stay for the time being. So we gave some discussion concerning that matter, and there was no action other than reporting the new developments in that case. That concludes my closed session report.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Today I will be highlighting several upcoming events in October. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So I'm excited to note that the Richmond Arts Center invites the community to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day through art making. The event will be held this upcoming Saturday, October 9th, from 12 noon to 3 p.m. at the Richmond Arts Center, which is located at 2540 Barrett Avenue. The event will feature a community mural by Luis Garcia and in the reading corner with the Native American Health Center and various drop-in art making activities. For more information, please contact Amy Spencer at amy@richmondartcenter.org. Next slide. Also, for those who are interested in the annual eclipse that's coming up, please come to the main library here at Civic Center, which is 325 Civic Center Plaza, on Saturday, October 14th at 9 a.m., and you will be able to obtain free solar viewing glasses. We want to make sure everybody is able to partake in this activity, and so free glasses are being offered. I want to thank library staff for organizing this event to come see the annual eclipse. Next slide. Also at Keller Beach, the East Bay Regional Park District is designing public access and facility improvements for the Keller Beach area of Miller Knox Regional Shoreline. They are holding a public information event on Saturday, October 14th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. with design and planning staff available to answer questions. For more information and to RSVP, please contact the project team at kbimprovements@ebparks.org. Next slide. Also, we have the 15th Annual Spirit and Soul Festival organized by Richmond Main Street, that will be taking place on Saturday, October 14th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And they are going to celebrate Richmond Soul's 20th anniversary. The event will be held at 1401 McDonald Avenue, and for more information, you may email spiritsoulevents@gmail.com. Next slide. As you can see, October is going to be busy with lots of fun things to do here in Richmond. We are also hosting Pajama Story Time. We'll continue at the West Side Library for ages 5 to 10 are strongly encouraged, but all are welcome, on Monday, October 16th from 6 to 6:45 p.m. at our West Side Library branch. For more information, please call 510-620-6567. And the last event that I want to highlight is another great activity happening at the library. Next slide is Lawyer in the Library is what it's called. And it's for tenants who have inquiries about their rights. It's going to be at the West Side Library at 135 Washington Avenue from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Monday, October 16th. If you have additional questions, feel free to call the library at 510-620-6567. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item?
The next item is the new employee report.
Yes, before we start, I want to point out that the city manager's report lets us look at the near future and all the events that are happening. And the report of officers has us look at the near past. So right now, in the present, we're going to look at the near past after having looked at the future. Claudia, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much, Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director, and Joseph, engineer in the Public Works, for attending our community forum on Saturday. And thank you all the community and Richmond residents and District 6 who attended and participate in this great event. We will continue to do more of that. And I just wanted to say thank you to also the community who has been advocating for Wendell Park lights to go up. They went up on Wednesday, and Councilmember Willis and I were there making sure that the lights went up. So one thing that I wanted to say is that now the new liaison, communication and community liaison on PG&E gave me his phone number. He's going to regret that, but I am going to tell everybody that if in District resident and District 6 and residents in the city, if you have some lights that are not going on or something that happened, please email Councilmember Willis and me, and we will be calling Ed, who is the PG&E staff person, who is really nice, by the way. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, I want to say that there were two wonderful events that I had the pleasure of attending on Saturday, September 30th. One was the Tiny House Village Farm and Garden ground honoring. It was great. I was there. Councilmember Robinson was there as well. We both gave remarks, and we had faith leaders giving remarks, and the youth were there, and just so much energy. People are really excited, painting, planters, and lots of engagement, empowerment, and energy to move forward with this wonderful tiny house village, which will house unhoused youth. I also was at the bench dedication at Point Melati Beach Park for Carol Telchek, who passed on a couple of years back. She was a former planning commissioner and an advocate for the preservation of Point Melati. I want to thank staff for all their work on both of these events, making sure that things were in place in terms of getting the lease amendment that we approved as a council for the tiny house village, and also making sure the bench was installed for this wonderful event at Point Melati Beach Park. So it was a fun Saturday, and thank you to everyone who participated.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
Oh, yeah. Councilmember Jimenez already stole my report, but it's fine. Yeah, it was great because I honestly forgot the day the lights were supposed to go on, and I took my dog Sugar over there for a park and was like, oh, wow, they actually turned them on. And the neighbors who were fighting for it for a while were very grateful. So thank you to Councilmember Jimenez and Public Works and all the advocacy that made that get done. It's always great to set out a goal to say, I want to get this thing done, and when it actually happens, it always feels good. So it's a moment to reflect and just celebrate those small victories. So thank you to everybody all around.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
So just reporting back, going to neighborhood council meetings, always things come up, and I just wanted to make sure that the folks that voice their concerns, that we are pursuing the issues that folks are having with getting handicap parking in front of their homes. We know that there's been some hiccups in that process, and I'm working with the city manager to get those straightened out, as well as addressing the intersections within District 3 where people know there are places where people do donuts all the time. We're coming up with some short-term solutions for that, and hopefully those things can move forward. And then finally, watching the Miraflores situation, as you heard tonight, the developer sadly actually did filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and we're trying to understand what that means for the project and how we can move forward. Unfortunately, because that property was transferred to the developer before that project was solidified, there's very little that the city can really do. And so my job right now is to make sure we understand clearly what happened and what we can do from where we stand today, because although that developer may not be a part of the solution, the project, I hope will continue to move forward. And that's what my goal is. So just want to make sure that that's clear. I attend all the neighborhood councils I possibly can in my district, and I'm bringing your issues forward and moving them as best I can.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to give thanks to Danae Evans and our Transportation Department for putting together a great National Drive Electric Week event that happened during the weekend, or actually last Thursday. It was a great event. I think it was one of the biggest I've seen in Richmond. And on there, I've had several staff members come out and take a look at the new fleet that some other departments or other agencies are using, and one of them was Con Fire. And hopefully that looked appealing to our fire department, and maybe look at having their electric fleet sooner than later. Also in Parkchester, they have one of the first Mio cars, and that is a car that you can rent. It's $4 an hour. I think it's $40 a day. You download the app, and it's going to be in Richmond. You can use the car anywhere you go or anywhere you want. The really cool thing about that as well, other than the Mio car, is that charging station is solar, and if you have an electric vehicle, you can bring your electric vehicle there and charge as well. But then that solar-powered station can be moved anywhere in the city in case of an emergency, or even at Parkchester, in case of an emergency, people can come to it and use some of that electricity to plug in for their ventilators or any other emergency purposes. So that's going to be used in case of emergencies, and hopefully we get some more of these around the city. And also during the weekend, we had a Santa Fe Neighborhood Council cleanup, so thank you for everyone that came out. And an update on Veolia, for those of you who might live near the wastewater system. Veolia is doing an upgrade, and they're doing some changes, and they hope to be done by Friday. So those of you who have signed up for the alerts, you will be getting them. Trust me, every alert that I've been getting this morning, I have been forwarding along, trying to get an update. So the latest update is they have this project. They were hoping to be finished already, but now it looks like they'll be done by Friday. They have all the permits, but please stand by. They're hoping that after this, everything will be better. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I would like to start by thanking Daniel Chavarria and Public Works for installing the first fire danger sign in the city of Richmond today in front of fire station number 63, which is a very high fire hazard severity zone. We appreciate it. I would also like to thank Public Works and especially Richmond Fire Department, all our firefighters who are helping with the upcoming event. It's an open house on Saturday, October 14th. There are some flyers for you outside. And yeah, you will receive an email from the city manager about it as well. Hope you can participate. It's about raising public awareness. West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council, in collaboration with Richmond Fire Department, is holding it. And I just want to thank Chief Montoya for initiating these open houses. This is the second annual open house. And also Battalion Chief Anthony Woodards, who is helping us this year, and all the firefighters. I would also like to thank Public Works again, and the city manager and Ms. Trina Jackson for helping with holding the event. Celebrating empowerment of women, Ya Basta y Sin Miedo, last Saturday. And I would like to thank the City Council for the support that we received for that event. I would like to ask everyone now to say her name. You must have heard in the news about Alona Gallen, a young woman who was killed by her ex-partner at the age of 24, single mom of a 7-year-old. Well, she was a resident of Richmond, and we need to end violence against women. She was a victim of violence against women. Instead of inviting you to be silent in her memory, I'm asking you to please say her name loud, Alona Gallen.
Alona Gallen.
Thank you very much. We need to raise our voices against violence against women and work together to end it. To that end, I'm inviting everyone, if you have any ideas about how we could have prevented this by education through high school, by helping women in the city through nonprofits, let us know. We plan to bring a resolution to the City Council in the week of November 25th, which is the International Day to End Violence Against Women, so the city can do its own share. That's it, and thank you very much, everyone, for your support in the fight to end violence against women.
Thank you. Generally, after all the council members mention where they've been and what they've done, I have nothing to say because I would just be repeating. But I'm surprised in this instance, I would like to say that I participated with the Art Corridor, which had an exhibit at the Bridge Arts where artists from Concord along the to Richmond had an exhibit, and it was a great presentation. And Richmond is rich in art. I'm really, really impressed with what we've done in terms of promoting the arts. So with that, I believe that we have a mention of new hires. So.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Sharon Taylor, Interim Human Resources Director. I have a PowerPoint that I would like to share with you. KCRT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint? So these are the new employees that we've hired during the month of September. I'm happy to share that we have 15 new hires, 10 full-time and 5 part-time. Christy Ellerbrook, a Planner 1 in the Planning and Building Department. Next slide. Apollonio Valdovinos, Learning Center Manager 2 in the LEAP Library Department. Jessica Muniz, Employment Program Specialist 2, Employment and Training. Santi Ayaluru, Accountant 2 in Finance. Mary Grace Marable, Assistant Administrative Analyst, City Council. Jessica Bruzzoni, Police Officer Trainee, Police Department. Caitlin Burnham, Administrative Student Intern in the City Manager's Office. Gary Ingram, Maintenance Aide 2 in the Public Works Department. Marcos Moreno, Administrative Student Intern in the Finance Department. Jasmine Beza Monroy, Administrative Intern in the Finance Department. Ashley Ornelas, Office Clerk Cashier in Community Services. Augustine Cervantes Ponce, Maintenance Aide 2 in Public Works. Jocelyn Garcia Gutierrez, Administrative Student Intern in the Planning and Building Department. Sharif Wali, Police Officer Trainee in the Police Department. And Tamaya Moore, Peacekeeper in the Office of Neighborhood Safety. We want to welcome all of our new employees for the month of September. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As people should know, this city council, this mayor's office has really pushed for new hires. That was one of our mandates. And I'm so happy to see that staff is working very hard to make sure that that happens. Every time we come, it seems like we have more and more family members joining, and it's really exciting. So thank you, staff, for making that happen. And yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Sharon. This is exciting news to see how we are filling our vacancies in the city that are much needed. I just have a question. There were couple of students, so what is the term of these hires to be here? Are they just permanent or?
So our
what is the
administrative interns is an exempt class. You have to be an active student in order to qualify for that position. Generally, they are short-term positions, sometimes hired for a specific project or a specific skill that they may bring. Oftentimes, we hire them out of college, and it can turn into a promotional opportunity if they are with the city long enough and acquire enough skills. In fact, that has been done in the planning department. So it is one of the avenues that we're opening for our students to be able to transition into full-time employment. And we, in addition, have partnered with employment and training to have some of those students also come over and transition as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So our next item, item T, is an example of how our city staff is increasing the capacity of our city to perform. Not only do they fill positions, they fill positions with very qualified, hardworking people. So the next item.
Next item is the abatement report from the Public Works Director.
You can, KCRT, if you can show the slides, please. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, Director of Public Works. Today, I'm going to go over very quick about the update of our abatement services related to September 2023. Next slide, please. Last month, we have 3 neighborhood cleanups. The 3 neighborhood council areas were Iron Triangle, Artisan Village. The second one, Richmond Village Metro. And the third one was Shield Reed, North Richmond. Next one, please. In this neighborhood cleanups, we assisted 82 seniors and people with disabilities. We removed 40 debris dumpsters and collected almost 28 tons of debris. Next one, please. Regarding illegal dumping, we removed almost 210 tons of debris at 932 locations. Next one, please. Some pictures of what our staff dealt in the month of September. Next one, please. Part of the illegal dumping, we also remove 140 gallons of paint or oil, 224 mattresses, and 249 tires. Next one, please. In terms of encampment abatements, we had 5 events. We removed almost 5 tons of debris, and we're showing some pictures the before and after. Next one, please. Showing the summary of this year from January to September, you can see that illegal dumping is kind of a very constant in terms of tonnages. It's very constant, around in the 200 tons of debris collected. In terms of the neighborhood cleanups, it all depends on the number of events that we have per month, and also the neighborhoods. Different neighborhoods have different needs. But the one that I want to point out is the encampment. Since the rehousing of residents of Castro Encampment, you can see that in the month of August and September, the tonnages have gone down. Next one, please. Some pictures of weed abatement, the before and after. You have the Bay Trail and you have Richmond Parkway. Next one, please. This past month, we also removed 202 tags that were graffiti at 114 locations. Next one, please. This is a graph that is very constant. You can say that between 70 and 75% of the time that our abatement division staff invest every month is in illegal dumping, followed by weed litter abatement, as you can see in this pie chart. Next one, please. Illegal dumping, of course, I think this year has been very evident following this graph that is one, if not the biggest challenge that our abatement division faces every month. You can see that it's, except for 2 months out of the 9 months that we have registered information, we have gone under 200 tons of debris removed. Next one, please. In terms of cost, that includes labor and equipment. You can see that it doesn't go down under $80,000 in a single month, but most of the months are over $100,000. Next one, please. This is a map that we present every month about the hotspots of illegal dumping that we have identified 27. That when we talk about hotspots, we're talking about locations that we clean at least 2 or 3 times per week. That being said, these are not the only locations where we pick up illegal dumping. Next one, please. And we have the partnership with the Police Department, Republic Services, Sims Metal, and CORE. One question that I want to address that was raised last month was about these neighborhood cleanup days, if they were helping with the illegal dumping. Unfortunately, the data that we have doesn't support that it helps, but definitely the neighborhood cleanup days are a big tool that the residents are taking advantage, and rightfully so. I mean, think we should continue with the neighborhood cleanups, but we haven't seen any correlation between those neighborhood cleanups and a reduction in illegal dumping. And with that, open for questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana, then Robinson.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. In the map you showed of the locations, do you also count the locations cleaned up by SOS?
The locations that we show are the locations that the city staff cleans or abates.
Could you add SOS? Because SOS receives its budget from the city for that cleanup in the future. If you could add it,
Okay.
I appreciate it. And how much is the cost of dumpster? I mean, all the cleanup you do per month, how much do you pay for the emptying them at Republic's dumpster?
It's included in the franchise agreement, Councilmember Bana. So since we host the facilities in Richmond, that's part of our franchise agreement.
My question basically is, if you tell people that they have tickets for dumping without paying, would we save? Can we give it a try for 6 months and see what happens? Because
We're in a process right now, Councilmember Bana. We have 3 representatives on the Recycle More JPA, and those council members, you may wish to talk to 1 or 2 of them offline, and I'd be happy to brief you on the process we're going through right now on the post-collection agreement. And then we're also updating our collection agreement in partnership with San Pablo. And so there's a process that's been ongoing to get community engagement into what services the residents want. But we can certainly include that suggestion for consideration by the consultants, and we can see if there's more people that also have that suggestion. Right now, what we do is we offer the abatement team works with the neighborhood councils, and they schedule cleanups for both solid waste and for things that could be recycled at Sims Metal, and then Sims Metal provides resources back to the neighborhood council for their cleanups. And then there's other options for bulky item pickups. And so I'd be happy to send you an email with the bulky item pickup information. But we do allow residents, as part of the fee that they pay for their solid waste, to receive a bulky item pickup also at their residence. They don't actually even have to take it to the dump. You just have to call.
Point of clarification, if there are 3 people on Recycle More, can Sohana Bana contact any of them about an issue concerning?
Well, as long as they're not all, I'm suggesting that they not all confer directly to avoid violating the Brown Act.
Okay, to avoid the telephone. Okay, thank you.
I would like to receive more information. Maybe we can talk later.
Sure.
But I would like to receive an update about the cameras that we've been discussing to hopefully reduce or minimize illegal dumping. What's the status on the cameras?
Well, we are coordinating meetings with the police department and the city attorney's office to discuss this process. The plan we have for now is that we're going to pick a few locations between 3 and 5 to have it as a pilot. We want to see who is actually doing this illegal dumping at those locations and see if we can deter them. But it's a process because it's not only having the cameras and seeing it, because we can see it, and if we cannot do anything afterwards, it's not going to be that efficient. We want people to correlate the cameras with some fines or some other consequence according to what they do. So our goal is that by the end of this year, we can install these cameras for this pilot project and monitor starting the 2024. That way, with the information we're collecting this year, the graph that we're presenting we started to produce this graph this year, so we will be able to compare specifically at these locations. But if this pilot program is successful, which we believe it could be, we could extend that to the other 27 locations.
Thank you. My question actually that the city manager tried to answer was that if we allow the trash haulers to dump the trash they collect instead of dumping it illegally on the streets, wouldn't we save money? So if you could look into that, I would appreciate it, because I heard the majority of illegal dumping is done by trash haulers, not residents themselves. So if you just allow them to do it for free, we save money.
Well, Councilmember Bonner, actually, that's a violation of our franchise agreement. And so when those cases arise, we had a neighborhood cleanup recently where that was occurring. And so the process is we report it to code enforcement, and we report it to Republic Services, and then they work with the appropriate regulatory entities, and may include the city attorney's office and police department. But you can't have illegal transfer stations because it's not safe for the public. But I'd be happy to talk to you about this more offline.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
So just more clarification. First, just a little bit I feel like there's some information that needs to be shared, and that is, when we do these community cleanups and dumpster days, we see that there's a lot of different things driving people to need a dumpster day. Some of the things that we saw on the Greenway when we first started the dumpster days are people were literally, a guy literally walked a couch on his back to the dumpster because he had no car. So it's not just, and he lived in an apartment building which has currently no coverage for bulky item pickup in the agreement. So one of the concerns I had, and I've asked this question before, is that we continue those dumpster days for people like that who really can't afford to go to the dump, who don't have a car, who might be a senior. Somebody was cleaning out their mom's house and they had a tiny, tiny car. There's just all these different things. So we want to provide an option for people who really just can't afford it or can't access it for some reason. And then that opens up the possibility for enforcement, right? Because then you make it clear how people can do it if they're unable, and then you create an avenue for enforcement. But when it comes to enforcement, I feel like my question is, I'm hoping that we address all of the issues that were preventing enforcement before. It's not just the cameras, it's that we have to have people who can write the tickets, people who can enforce the tickets. We needed a prosecutor that came up before when we were having task force meetings, that needed somebody who would actually prosecute these things. And we didn't have those things before, so we could take all the pictures we want, get all the license plates we want, but we couldn't go and do anything with it because there was nobody on the other side to do the enforcement part. And so my question is, are we making sure that those are a part of this pilot? And then also, are we making sure that a part of the pilot is the clear notice to those community members that you really need to use the dumpster days if you can't afford to go to the dump, because we're going to start enforcing. I think that community message needs to be really clear so that people who are honestly can't afford it or can't access don't get caught up in a dragnet, where we're really intending to capture, in my opinion, I'm really wanting to stop people who are making money off of dumping in our community. So those are my two questions. Is this pilot going to include a clear community message that we're going to start enforcement? You need to use those dumpster days or whatever else, all the other things. And then two, are we putting in that back end so that we can't just, so we not just taking pictures, but we can do something about it?
Well, the way you put it, Councilmember Robinson, we should. So it will be part of it.
And we'll work with the city attorney's office on the enforcement piece.
Yes, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is a question, I'm not sure who this might be for, but I believe, if my memory serves me right, that most of the haulers in Richmond don't have the proper permits. So we should, I believe maybe Councilmember Robinson might have been mentioning a little bit of this, but we should be looking, if you're hiring a hauler, making sure that they have the right permits, because most likely they might not be dumping them correctly. That means they're probably dumping them on the side of the road. So if you see something, say something, and if you don't see a permit, figuring out how do we go around, because that's something that most likely is not legal in Richmond to be hauling, because we already have one hauler.
They're not required to have permits.
Yeah, I believe that recycle in the JPA, we just talked about that. So they have to have a business permit and they have to have a hauling permit. And I don't think either one of those, for many of the people that are doing that business right now, have that. And without that, they might not be able to dump in our dumping area.
Yes, correct. So if anyone sees anyone dumping illegally in our community, or if they would like staff to see if a hauler has a permit, they can call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512. And we'll work with the community, including council members, to review those matters.
Thank you.
Yes, as demonstrated by the council tonight, we do need stronger education around the requirements for hauling, dumping. Thank you. All right, I believe we're ready to move on to the next item.
The next item is open forum. And during open forum, public comment can also be given on the report from the city manager, reports of officers, and the abatement report from the Public Works Director. Tonight, we have 8 in-person speakers. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes. As a reminder, please keep your comments respectful. If you are joining on Zoom and would like to speak during open forum, please raise your hand now. The speakers are Carmen Lazo, Danny Lannis, Rick Perez, Patricia Perez, Mark Wasberg, Wesley Alexander, Marcus Floriano, and Jamin Purcell. Carmen Lazo, please come forward. If you could, can you press the button with the red? Thank you. Okay, you may begin.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Carmen Lazo. I'm in the field, I'm carpenter. I'm in the field for almost 18 years. I came here tonight to speak about labor standards. You can hear me? Yeah, thank you. In labor standard in one area. Thus, we had 4 important things. Number 1 is apprenticeship programs. Number 2 is healthcare. Number 3 is local jobs. Number 4, livable wages. Number 1 is apprenticeship programs, women's, men's. We can make a careers like I did it. And almost we create more opportunities in our life. Number 2, healthcare is very important for the families. In my case, it's very important because I have my husband, he's disabled. He depended by the breathing machines 24/7. He's in bed all the time. By my job, I had opportunity giving him a better life, pay everything he needed, medicine, equipment, and everything. And I don't need a penny for any program for the state with my work. And number 3, local jobs means spend more time with my families. I don't need to drive them far away. I be close to home, and we can provide more money incoming into community. Number 4, level of wage. I have decent salary, so I can provide and pay all my expenses. I have better life to my family, better opportunity for my kids in the future. So that means we save money for our college, for universities, and they don't need to depend in any programs. I hope so you can consider my speak tonight, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rick Perez.
Usually I'd be annoyed about you guys starting late, but today I was late, so I'm happy you started a little bit later. And all right. You're welcome. Blessings come in different ways. I just look at you guys up here and I see finally there's a city council that I enjoy addressing. Before it wasn't bad, but it wasn't as good as it is today. And anyway, I feel a need to point out the fact that in the hot topic in the news that I've seen is that San Pablo police new police headquarters and the training center, and my first view is we don't need another rifle range. We need some de-escalation training. It just seems that, I know there's a lot of criminals out there, but not everybody is, and they need to be addressed properly. Some people just, get on one and start acting a fool, but it doesn't mean they should be murdered. And so it's probably too late to stop it, but it isn't too late to address some of these issues about training. And I'm grateful that Richmond is going to address training as far as my son is regarding. And it's a bigger picture than just Richmond, because San Pablo, one of the issues that bothers me about San Pablo is how they're heavily funded by that casino, and that casino should be funding anti-gambling addictions and not police. So it's just horrible that, I don't know, these police have a way of manipulating things. And, they got that qualified immunity, which is the same thing as anti-bail. I think I've said that to you guys before.
Thank you. Your time is expired.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Patricia Perez.
Most of you all know this already. I'm saying it for the benefit of the rest of the people who watch on TV. Vice Mayor Gail McLaughlin was the mayor when Petey was murdered September 14, 2014. She cared all the time, but soon Tom Butt became the mayor and he rejected Petey from day one. We know our present mayor, Eduardo Martinez, has always cared, and so does Councilman Melvin Willis, who was born the same year as Petey. We know that almost all of the city council members have been sympathetic. It took a new Richmond City Councilwoman, Soheila Bana, to take the bull by the horns and move into action. On Saturday, September 16th, at Petey's 9th anniversary remembrance held at the store on Cutting Boulevard, where he was killed by a bad Richmond police officer, Mayor Martinez read the proclamation designating September 14th henceforth as Remembering Petey Perez Day. And again, on September 19th at the City Council meeting, our family was honored on behalf of Petey by Mayor Martinez reading the proclamation so the people of Richmond will know about Petey. It has been a long 9 years missing Petey and seeing his parents suffer the loss of their only kid that took 13 years to have. Seeing them struggle to expose the unjust reason why the killer cop killed Petey and to expose the lies and cover up and the resistance by the city to have Petey's case independently investigated. It took 4 years to gain the ruling by the Richmond Citizens Police Review Commission. All except one of the 8 commissioners voted that Petey's killing was unnecessary, unjustified, and Petey didn't need to die that night. Bad cop Wallace Jensen has never been charged with his crime because our district attorney says no jury of 12 would find him guilty.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny Lannis.
Good evening, honorable council members. It's a pleasure to be here. Here to talk about the e-bike lending library project that I had the pleasure to work with until recently before I moved on to work full-time with Bike East Bay as advocacy manager. I was working as a project manager with this project, and I wanted to tell you and the community a little bit more about it. It's something that I'm very excited about. It would enable community members to check in and check out an e-bike, just like a book at the library, for free. It would be located at the Greenway by Unity Park, near Ohio and Chancellor. And we conducted several presentations doing outreach. We presented in front of the Coronado Neighborhood Council, Santa Fe Neighborhood Council, Richmond Works, Richmond Recreation and Parks Commission, Friends of the Richmond Greenway, Richmond Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and SOS Richmond as well, to invite them all to the first community design charrette that we held on July 29th from 3 to 5 p.m. at Unity Park. There was also an invitation that was shared on the city manager's weekly report from July 21st this year. There were also several flyers and mailers that were distributed during the weeks prior to the charrette to invite the community to participate. And I wanted to mention several other things. I'm running out of time, but the e-bike lending library would really focus on the first and last mile issue. So I would encourage that you move forward with that project, whatever it takes. We dream big, and it's time to make it happen.
The next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
There's always going to be hate in this world, and it's getting worse. I think you should worry about the young girls that are being verbally and physically raped, being mutilated, given medication to stop them from being a woman, stop them having a breast and have their monthly, looking like freaks, being lied to, how great it is to destroy their bodies, turn into transvestites and transgenders, and being sterile. Do you really want to support that? Huh? You really want to support a young girl having an operation instead of having a vagina, give her a penis? You want a young child to have her breast cut off so she can walk around being a weirdo, ruined for the rest of her life? And this is what you people are supporting. Even the President of the United States supporting this filth. Did you see him chasing that lady the other day? He was going like this here. Like some pervert freak. That's what he is. Even your governors out there supporting homosexuals and lesbians and transgenders. You see, this is how sick our civilized getting to be now. Can you imagine if our civilization took a turn for the worst and homosexuals and lesbians and transgenders outnumbered the heterosexuals? Nobody would be making babies. They're sterile. Can you imagine a world without heterosexuals? there wouldn't be no world because there won't be no production. Yeah, you laugh. You're going to see the population go down because of this little fag boy over here. He's the one that's sponsoring the whole thing. You know that, Caesar? It's you that's doing it. It's
You
your
are out of
governor,
line.
your
You can talk about
president,
the issues,
and
but
you
you
people are,
cannot
this city
abuse
council
the
is
people
doing
on the
this.
council.
You're
Can you
destroying
shut
our
up, his mic?
civilization.
The next speaker is Wesley Alexander.
And I'm sure the next speaker knows the protocol.
Can you please press the button with the red? Yes.
Good
You may-
Tuesdays, Mayor, City Council, as well as the staff of the city. Just want to speak to you guys. As you know, once again, COVID has had an impact on the city itself, on the businesses and nonprofits that were serving this community. Fortunately, the city was able to receive ARPA funding to assist with economic recovery as well as economic relief. With that said, it's very challenging to have a full economic recovery if the city is not fully staffed. If you work for any Fortune 500 company or any well-performing institution, the organization requires staffing, requires personnel. So with that said, I'd like to encourage the city to take some time to consider establishing a hiring fair that the community can be aware of to fulfill the open positions, to also allocate at least $4 to $6 million of ARPA funds to ensure 2 years of burden is covered for the employees that are hired. This will result in productivity, better morale within the city, greater quality of services to the businesses and the stakeholders that rely on the city, and ultimately the ability to secure other grants because personnel will be in place to look for resources to support the activities and initiatives that will make the city very vibrant. Lastly, when it comes to economic recovery and relief, it's important that after the city is staffed, that an equitable process is put in place to ensure that CBOs, businesses, and nonprofits can receive grants or receive relief support for the economic recovery of their businesses. This includes rehiring personnel. This can include relief in regard to their rent. This can also address other needs that businesses, CBOs, and nonprofits encountered during the pandemic. We all know it's a timely matter as inflation and other elements are impacting communities, and so I ask that you guys prioritize this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marcus Floriano.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Council members, staff, and the City of Richmond. My name is Marcos Chito Floriano, Director of Farm and Gardens, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Urban Tilth in favor for V3A agenda item. Over the past decade, Urban Tilth has hired, trained, and empowered local residents to grow their own. Grow their own food, yes, but also grow their own mind, grow their own community, grow their own system, grow their own future they wish to see and deserve. From educational programming in our local schools, free community events like our annual roller disco, a 3-acre farm in North Richmond that provides food for free, creek and waterways restoration and revitalization, and so much more. Urban Tilth's multifaceted work has engaged thousands of local residents and will continue to do so as we embark on the Transforming Climate Communities journey. It is an honor to be a partner organization in this grant where we will hold the responsibility for projects in water efficiency and health and well-being. We will design and construct the first ADA universally accessible garden here in Richmond that will allow disabled and senior community members to get back into gardening, all while providing a safe space and a design that specifically accommodates their needs. We will continue to expand our annual fruit tree giveaway of 400 trees to local residents, where community members will receive free fruit tree maintenance in exchange for their fruit that will then be distributed through our community-supported agriculture program. We will also install 120 laundry to landscape systems where community members will have water efficiency in their homes while utilizing drip irrigation and utilizing the gray water that would then be recycled into their yards. And also we will expand our Veggie RX programs where doctors at Lifelong Medical will be able to prescribe at-risk patients on the cusp of food-related disease free produce bags that is sourced locally from family farms. All of these projects will continue to hire local residents while making a positive impact against climate change and
Thank you. Your
pioneer
time has
in creating the
expired.
world that we wish to see. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jamin Purcell.
Ready? Do I have to press the button? Okay. Hello, Council. I would like to actually address a different tone. So October is LGBT History Month. So I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Cesar Cepeda for being the first openly gay council member in the city of Richmond. This is historical and it should be acknowledged, as well as trying to acknowledge the other firsts who, like Alan Turing, who was a great scientist, James Baldwin, great poet, and Martha P. Johnson, among other great LGBT members of history. They have made a huge impact into our community, on our lives, and our country. But I say that in also trying to address some of the issues. I know there is an item that is addressing our travel ban. And this is because the state of California has removed its own travel ban. And obviously, it has not proven itself valuable because it did include almost half of the United States. Currently, actually, there is about 49 states that have some anti-trans bill currently on the book, bill within the system. 83 have already passed. And so I'm hoping that we can actually move forward and try and address this in some way, perhaps bring about that dream of the more LGBT people than straight people. I don't know, but I actually am just really hoping for some equity, for some basic humanity, and maybe being able to address this in some way so that we can perhaps still occupy those spaces where we have been held ourselves from, but as well make sure that we're represented and are going to be safe when we're doing so. So I look forward to hopefully hearing from council, and once again, congratulations, Cesar.
Thank you. That was our last in-person speaker, and just so you may call the Zoom speakers.
Okay, I have 5 speakers. I have Benjamin Terrio, Trey Blinka, Naomi Williams, Gabe Stutman, and Adam Boisford. Benjamin Terrio, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Benjamin Terrio. Sorry, there seems to be music.
That's weird.
Yes.
That was your introduction.
That's pretty awesome. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good for public forum.
I think you can start now.
Okay, thank you. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Wanted to just quickly comment on the dumping conversation. It's definitely, I think Councilmember Robinson was spot on, talking about the need for education prior to enforcement. We used to have a pretty good, robust, not what we wanted, but a robust ability to do necessary enforcement. And because of a lot of these haulers, quite frankly, are not from Richmond. These are people that come in and use our city as a dumping ground.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Trust me, police officers get interrupted all the time. Not a big deal.
Okay, I think you can go ahead.
All right. So I want to shout out to Councilmember Robinson for that. We do need some robust ability for education. I don't think a lot of the people, it's folks who are just trying to dump things and whether it's carrying a couch on their back. I don't think those are the people to blame most for issues of dumping in the city. I think a lot of them are haulers, and then we really need to crack down on that. And I think a lot of people come from outside the city. So I thought that was a very good conversation. And then I want to switch gears to the conversation about A3 last week. I guess there's an issue about an RV honking its horn across the street from Councilmember Jimenez's house. It's definitely, it definitely wasn't a good question for Anna Roth. I mean, it's quite clearly not an A3 issue, and it's definitely a police issue. That's definitely something that your police department can adequately handle. We handle it all the time. It's under Richmond RMC 9.52. It's a vehicle code, California Vehicle Code 27001. It's unlawful use of horn. And actually, we can even tow cars that have excessive horn if it bothers the neighborhood for more than 20 minutes. And that's a good way to get rid of that. It's not really going to be something that the CCRP would be able to handle because they wouldn't have the legal authority to do so. So I just want people to know, because one of the things that always grinds me as a police officer is people not knowing what can be done about certain
Your
issues.
time has
And that's
expired.
something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Trey Blinka. Trey, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to speak to the current housing and crime crisis going on, both in our wonderful city and across this once great country. Now, while many of you know this is being fueled by bad government policy, it's also being completely funded by taxpayers. If we weren't already being punished enough with the collapsing dollar and skyrocketing housing prices, we're also dealing with crumbling roads, bridges, worsening schools, and rampant drug and crime problems. There are currently over 30 Jewish NGOs using our tax dollars to fly and bus unvetted foreigners to the Mexican border. Our media, which is 96% controlled by 6 Jewish corporations, wants you to believe that these are starving families just looking for a better life. But 92% of all border interactions in the last 3 years have been military-aged men traveling alone. The current director of our so-called Homeland Security, a dual citizen with Israel, along with 80% of Joe Biden's cabinet, is telling Border Patrol agents to stand down and remove any barriers installed by state representatives who were actually elected. These people arrive with cell phones, clean clothes, and food in their stomachs. After these unvetted military-aged men cross over, these same taxpayer-funded Jewish NGOs are qualifying these invaders with benefits averaging over $4,000 a month. How many entry-level jobs in Richmond right now are paying over $40 an hour? Guess what happens to housing prices and wages when you stop paying for a bunch of people who never contributed to this country? They stay stable with an opportunity for inventory to catch up while the demand for labor increases, raising wages. Our tax income starts going for things like we need, like better police training, improved infrastructure, better schools, drug harm reduction programs, and programs for our veterans and Native citizens. We shouldn't have to live like this. If you really want to solve the current housing and crime crises, start with solving the Jewish problem. For more information, including the evil COVID and trans agendas, I urge you to visit gtvflyers.com, especially you in the red hat, gtvflyers.com. Thank you.
Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just calling for 2 reasons, but I don't know if I'll get to both of them. Number one, Pullman is having their block party on the 14th. So if you, this for the council members, and it's a block party, and it's a potluck block party. So you know what that means. And number 2, I heard him talking about getting tickets to people that don't have permits. There's dumping stuff all over the city or on the trucks and stuff. You have people selling food and everything else out there every day. So I agree with you that they should be. Oh, I agree with you that they should be punished, but punish everybody. Don't they decide to just be one. And as far as the races are concerned, Jews are just as good as the whites or the blacks or the Mexicans or the Spanish or the Chinese. It's not their fault what they are, and it's not ours what we are. So just think about that. And it's not your fault what you are. Okay, just think about that. I'm finished.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gabe Stutman. Gabe, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your time. I'd just like to respond to that gentleman earlier who spoke about the homosexual community by reading off a few facts. Between 24 and 90% of lesbians reported being psychologically abused by their partners. Gay men are 60 times more likely to have HIV than straight men. 1/4 of gay men in America have had over 1,000 sex partners. 43% of gay men have over 500 partners. Up to 50% of lesbians have reported sexual abuse. 79% of homosexual men say over half of their sex partners are strangers. 99.8% of lesbian, gay, and bisexual teens will change their sexual orientation within 13 years. 1 in 8 gay men in London has HIV. Gay men, who are 1.65% of the US population, account for over 63% of the country's syphilis cases. In 2010, homosexuals were about 200 times more likely than everyone else to be diagnosed with HIV. Gay men are 15 times more likely to have hepatitis B. Homosexuals are more likely than straight people to have anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, and to commit suicide. 40 to 60% of serial killers are homosexuals. Monogamy is not a central feature of most homosexual relationships. Married homosexual men are 50 times more likely than straight couples to divorce. In the Netherlands, the average homosexual in a steady relationship has 7 to 8 affairs per year. The average gay man has several dozen sex partners per year. Active homosexual men are 17 times more likely than straight people to have anal cancer. 41% of transsexuals have tried and failed to commit suicide. 53.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Adam Boisvert. Adam, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Evening, council. I just want to first shout out everyone on the council tonight that's there putting in work for our city and our community. I really appreciate y'all taking the time in the evening to, love up our city. And it's not an easy job, so appreciate y'all. I'm here to speak in support of community development item V3A. And I just want to, shout out the long-term work of the organization I work for. I'm a deputy director at Urban Tilth and also a teacher at Richmond High School. And just as an educator and a person working with young people in our community, particularly high school age kids who are looking for, careers, looking for inspiration, looking for positive ways to make an impact. Some of these job opportunities that are going to be available to them in terms of like community gleaning, gray water installation, green job training, watershed restoration training, and helping really to create safe spaces in our community are really the types of jobs that are not only going to uplift our young people and give them a sense of responsibility for our space and care and love for our community, but also give our spaces a continued basically culture around keeping our spaces open to families, open to community, and people can feel free to come at any time and gather. Last thing I wanted to just say is we have an event coming up on Saturday, October 28th, Halloween Land. If you guys have kids, want to bring them out, it's always a fun time. It's going to be at 16th Street at the Greenway, and yeah, it's always a fun event. And these events basically are also going to be supported by this measure as well, this item. So just speaking in support, and that's it.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Thank you so much. I'm always curious as to why people fill us up with statistics, and it seems like some people think that we should spend more public monies supporting our LGBT community since they seem to be in such great need. So anyway, I support you in any way I can. Anyway, next item.
The next item is approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder, Councilmember Robinson did express conflict of interest on item V3A, sole source contracts with Urban Tilth and Urban Tilth as fiscal sponsor of Rich City Rides. Item V4A, the annual review and adoption of the resolutions to approve the financial policies, was continued to October 17th. Item V4B, Omnia Cooperative Purchase Agreements for Citywide Goods and Services, was also continued to October 17th. And item V8B, the long-term financial analysis of the city's budget under proposed alternative scenarios, was removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Do we have a motion?
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Jimenez, seconded by Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson absent. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask who pulled the items? Shouldn't it be public information when an item is pulled, who pulls them or why?
I'm sorry?
The items that are pulled from the consent calendar, V4B and V8B?
V4A was, both were continued by staff, so V4A as well as V4B.
Okay, and how about V8B?
V8B was continued by Sarah Cantor, a member of the public. She wanted to discuss this item.
Okay, thank you.
Next item.
The next item is item W4, which is to direct the city attorney to negotiate and finalize the contract amendment with Wiss Janey Elsner Associates to allow WJE to retain a contractor and to provide architectural and engineering consulting services during the build phase to support the roof repair, rehabilitation, and temporary preservation of certain cottages located in the Winehaven Historic District, and provide direction regarding two proposed scopes. One, $250,000 to tarp buildings that require immediate protection from rain for a total amount of $497,000, or two, $438,000 to repair certain cottages and tarping other cottages so they may be preserved for work expected to commence October, November of 2023. For Scope 2, the architect estimates the need for an additional $75,000 for the original contract for the architectural and supervisory services for a total contract amount of $760,000.
And, Mr. Mayor, we have a PowerPoint to pull up.
All right. Okay, there we go.
Okay, next page. Okay, on Point Melati, we have the Winehaven, which was a former wine operation. It was basically closed in 1919, but it consists of 35 buildings, castle-like structures, and other structures used for the storage of wine. Also contained a number of cottages, and during the Second World War, the Navy took the area over and used it as part of as a fuel depot. And that use carried on until '95, when eventually it was a part of the Point Melati property, which was given to the city. The original 35 wine buildings, however, were designated as a federal historic register, and it's also under the city's own historic preservation ordinance. So it's the Winehaven Historic District. Next page, please. So the city has several times investigated the condition. There were a firm, Weiss, Janey Elster Associates, which is WJE, was a qualified historic preservation consultant. They looked into it in 2010 and then 2012. Reports were written, but indicated that it could be millions of dollars to do a full and complete restoration. More recently, as the city has investigated and watched the condition of the property, one of the steps that has been taken is to try and document what would be possible in terms of carrying out future efforts to preserve the property. Basically, we had a very difficult rainy season last year. El Nino is predicted again for this coming winter, and there's concern over the deteriorating conditions of the properties. The city in May of 16th, the city council entered into a contract for $247,000 with WJE because they had the historic experience to try and document what the potential restoration of the property would entail. That contract, and the next page, please. Go to the next page. The May 16th contract also included the former cafeteria building in the Shipyard 3. So these two areas where we have buildings that are deteriorating were designated for special review to try and develop a plan to see what could be done. I might say that one of the reasons the city did not invest a large amount of money in the Point Mulati property in the past was because of the anticipation that development was going to deal with that area and would cause the restoration so that the city would not have to do it. That also, those development plans incorporated the historic Winehaven area in terms of their project. So how they would use that historic area was dependent to some degree on the particular project dynamic. Now, that project was being undertaken by an entity which was designated Winehaven, and it was basically an entity coming out of SunCal, and the city ultimately determined, although there was a development agreement that was approved, the city ultimately determined that the entity, the Winehaven entity, did not meet the requirements of the agreement in terms of the conditions that were necessary to purchase the property. So the purchase did not go through. So the thought that it would be remediated by somebody else was not carried out. Now, the contract that WJE was going through gave an estimate of doing a full and complete roof repair operation on these cottages would cost over $1.8 million. So the May contract came to the conclusion that there would be that significant cost involved, and at that point in time, the city did not have the funding to do that sort of restoration project. So more recently, over the course of the summer, we worked with WJE to try and figure out if there was another plan to deal with the preservation of the cottages over the course of the coming rainy season. And we had about $80,000 left in the WJE contract, and we started trying to develop a scope for how we would deal with this. Going to the next page. Next page, please. We focused mainly on the cottages because, again, we could not afford the $1.8 million. So we tried to look at developing some alternatives for the council dealing with the cottage restoration. The WJE repair analysis showed that 4 of the cottages required total roof repair, and they would be the most expensive. There were 6 cottages that a roof patching program would be adequate. 24 cottages required roof maintenance of some kind, where possibly in order to work on the roof, you would have to work on the structural joists and so forth, because they couldn't take weight to do the simple repair. So that was sort of an intermediate type of repair. WJE came up with 4 options. We decided to try and narrow that down to 2 options to make it more understandable for the council as to what those choices were. If you go to the next page. The first option we set up was basically $250,000 that would basically try to look mostly at tarping the buildings. So this is a program, we would try and get the tarping done before the rainy season starts and basically leave them pretty much alone during the winter season. And as summarized here, there's some work, but mostly the idea is to monitor and maintain the tarps over the winter. We think that would require about another $250,000. And one of the things that we're contemplating, in order to be able to do the work quickly and move forward, we would do the work as an amendment through the existing contract with WJE. And they've agreed to be willing to do that, and we would amend their contract to include the supervision of that work. They would work closely with their Public Works Department to carry that out. The next page talks about the assessment of this scope. The next page. And it talks, the benefits are that we would preserve the deterioration from this winter, but it's not a permanent solution. Other work would have to be done ultimately, and we would end up with none of the cottages that were watertight at the end of this. So the second scope was a more expensive scope, and that's the next page, scope 2. So the cost of this is more like $438. This would involve a little more looking at what work is required of the cottages. There's 49 cottages. The idea of looking at those the extra work and determining what interior work would be done, what would the interior work, what the damage could be done if we didn't protect the roofs, what roofs could we get repaired adequately, if we can get a number of the cottages fixed in terms of the roof, we would not have to tarp them, and we could tarp a smaller number. So this scope 2 tries to find out with this budget what additional work could be done, and we'd be looking at work that could be done completely, that wouldn't have to be repeated. There would be a much more limited dealing with the hazardous materials. There'd be areas that we wouldn't touch. We wouldn't have to deal with the hazardous materials. Those would be dealt with at a later point in time. Go to the next page. So this is summarizing. Some of this work is the same as in Scope 1, but it is more extensive than the Scope 1 proposal. So the assessment of the Scope 2 is, it is more expensive. There's some additional consulting cost. As I said, we can save some money out of the current budget to help pay for that. The idea is that we would do work during the course of the winter. Whether we can do the work depends on what the rainy situation is, but a contractor would be standing by and would be able, in any sorts of gaps that we can get work done, they would be able to do that. And we also would be encouraging them to get started. Hopefully in October, we'd be able to start the work. So the recommendation then on the next page Next, there we go. So the recommendations are that we believe that intermediate action is necessary to prevent further deterioration, the sort of deterioration that we had last winter. Also, there is a litigation threat. There is a historic preservation group. Daniel Butt is the attorney, and they have filed a lawsuit, but they've not proceeded to force us to appear yet. We've been getting extensions. I have made it clear to them that we're moving as fast as we can to get this work done, and that it's our preference to spend money on actually correcting the structures instead of spending money on the courts. So they've held off active action. We've gotten extensions. And I believe that if we continue on the path we've been on and take an action tonight, we can get something in place, that the litigation will be on hold. And I think that we can get, because of the arrangements we're working with our consultant, we think we can get work initiated within the next month. We would recommend going with the larger scope. We think it gives us more flexibility we undoubtedly will find conditions out there. The second scope will allow us to continue working over the course of the winter. And so we think that's preferable if the council does. And we also, we think that we have $500,000 of potential funding available to draw from. We're only asking for the amount for this contract, but we have a source of funding that we think would be sufficient. And we would like to do it through the method of the amendment of the WJE contract. Also at the bottom of the PowerPoint, just to make it clear that there is authority in the municipal code to deal with emergency procurement services when there's a threat to public health, welfare, or safety. And again, we think the current condition of these structures and the impending weather justifies making that finding and proceeding through the method of the amendment of the current contract. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions?
Can we give comments or just questions right now?
Questions, just okay. Questions right now. We'll have time for comments after public speakers. If there are no questions, then let's move on to public speakers.
We have one in-person public speaker, Jamin Purcell. The in-person speaker withdraws his comment. And we don't appear to have any online speakers at this time.
In that case, public comment is closed. Now we have opportunity for council members to make comments. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what the city attorney is recommending. I think scope 2, although it's more costly, I think it does have potential long-term cost savings. I think we should make use of doing these as many permanent repairs that we can and tarp the rest, which is the proposal for scope 2. And though it costs a little more, it gives us a head start in terms of protecting the buildings in a permanent, some of the cottages in a permanent way. So I think that's the best scenario to go by. So I personally would like to make a motion if it's appropriate at this time.
Are there any more comments? I'd like to, yes, Councilmember Cepeda.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So Alshire, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the presentation as well there. From what I'm gathering from that, we really have no other options. The city's being stronghold here. against this here. We can't use this. We have no other way to go but to, we're going to get sued if we don't put this money towards this project.
Yes, I mean, I think they've been working with us. They started this months ago, and they have given us this window. We actually started before anything was filed or we saw a draft of anything. We were moving forward, and my position has been that working with us, holding back, that we're moving as fast as possible, and this money should be spent on preservation, not litigation. So, but I think it's clear that if the council decided not to move forward, they would proceed actively with litigation.
So then so we either do this against being able to potentially pave our roads, potentially being able to hire additional staff, potentially being able to put more lighting or ADA accessible sidewalks in our streets. So this is the only option we have, otherwise we get sued and it could be for millions of dollars, is what I'm hearing.
You don't get to spend the money twice, so.
Unfortunately not.
The money you spend on this will not be spent on other things, you're correct.
So it's unfortunate that we're being sued and this is, we're being told on what to do instead of being able to prioritize the needs of our community. We have to prioritize. Now, I love history. I think we have to learn from history. We have to do great. Things happened, and it's great to be able to preserve, but it's also great to being able to, as we're trying to uplift our community, to have those options and not have to just do this. Also, I noticed that we're being pushed into this particular place in the city of Richmond, but many times and times again, there's been a community leader of ours who has advocated for a hotel to be preserved, to be saved. And it just happens to be an African-American hotel, and we're not talking about funding for that particular place that we should be preserving as well, because it holds just as much history in our city, if not more, than these particular buildings.
Amen.
And instead of building housing that we need in the city of Richmond, now $425,000 or even $500,000 won't get us a lot of new housing, but instead of building more housing, we're going to build these small sheds or preserve these small sheds that possibly no one will be able to live in. So I just want to put those comments out there. It seems like we have no other options. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Any other comments? Councilmember Robinson.
Just quickly, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Zepeda for making those points really clear. I think that it's important for our community members to understand how this is happening tonight, and that this is not necessarily the priority of the council, but we're in a particular position due to the lawsuit.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what Councilmember Cepeda and Councilmember Robinson has said. It's unfortunate that people in the community are making business out of suing the city and putting us in these positions where actually we are in this position because former mayor and other city council were pushing for a really bad settlement agreement that right now is making us to do these kind of things. So thank you, Councilmember Cepeda and Councilmember Robinson, for making these comments. I totally agree that these are no priorities of the City Council, but in order for us to not spend more money in litigation, we had to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to agree with the last three council members who have spoken, especially about the Pullman Hotel, which has a lot more historical significance than the Wine Haven. I believe that not only that, it is in the center of the Pullman district. It's I think it's criminal to not put the Pullman Hotel before any other historical significant edifice in the city of Richmond. So with that, I believe that Vice Mayor wants to make a comment and a motion.
Right. I just want to thank my council colleagues for all their comments. It is true that we don't have any choice in this matter, and so my motion is to direct the city attorney to negotiate and finalize a contract amendment with WJE to allow them to retain a contractor and provide architectural and engineering consulting to support roof repair, rehab, temporary preservation of cottages in the Winehaven Historic District, and to utilize Scope 2 to make these repairs, which is, includes, well, it's laid out in the agenda item. It's a little more expensive, but it allows for some permanent repairs and some tarping. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor McLaughlin, a second by Councilmember Willis. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
A reluctant yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Next item.
The next item is item B8B. Direct city staff to work with the mayor's office to finalize the draft request for proposals for a long-term financial analysis of the city's budget under the proposed alternative scenarios.
Thank you. This is an item that my office has brought forward, and I'd like to start off by giving a shout out to the Richmond's improving financial outlook. We've gone from near bankruptcy to high reserves, the termination of credit swaps. We are moving forward positively. But in the audit and in conversations, the city staff noted that in this past budget season, it's not physically prudent to project our budget to include the utility users tax, as that settlement expires shortly. That begs the question, what do we consider? How do we move forward without considering that? So how much can we rely on the petroleum industry, on fossil fuels, to finance our future? We need to consider how we're going to move forward. It's only logical that we consider what our options are. If we bury our heads in the sand and refuse to look at the future controls us. We need to stay in the driver's seat by considering how to move forward. That's what this council item is about. And the Councilmember Claudia Jimenez would like to speak to this also.
Yeah, I would like to say that also this item is co-sponsored by Councilmember Robinson as well. It wasn't included in the agenda. I just wanted to say that what this item is about is to look at what we can do when the petroleum industry is reducing, which is like the trend that we are seeing, like is Contra Costa County has all the petroleum industry in the Northern California. We have seen two major petroleum industry changing from their production to biofuels. We saw in the financial projections that we were not putting some money that is coming right now by the petroleum industry because it might change in the settlement agreements. So I think this is a prudent way to look at how we are going to diversify. We are not saying tomorrow everything is going to change or in 10 years everything is going to change. But I think it's like as we are doing all these things for the state audit, as we are getting a higher credit rates, I think it's upon us to be responsible in looking what are other options that we can have in the near future and in the long term to diversify our revenues. And that, I think, is a good message that we can send to the state auditors and Moody's and Standard & Poor's to say like we are being financially responsible and looking at different alternatives because we want to make sure that in the future we don't have a hole that then we cannot fill. We want to start looking right now how these holes that we don't have right now, but how these potential holes can be filled and be responsible to that. And I will pass it to Council Member Robinson, and then after that, thank you, Mayor Office staff for doing a presentation.
Councilmember Sahila Bana has a point of order.
Thank you. This is a very good proposal. I don't know who pulled it, and I believe I was told that the procedure is the person who has a question about the item is supposed to contact the mayor or council members who brought it in. Have they asked their
Yes,
question?
our office was contacted.
And they're not convinced, and that's why we're doing this?
They had further questions, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
So just a quick comments, because I don't want to belabor the issue, and I want to hear the report from the presentation from the mayor's office. But, you know, one of the things that we were really thinking about is there's a clear consequence for communities across the nation who do not plan for major economic changes when it comes to industry changes. You can look at Detroit, you can look at coal country in Kentucky with the decline of coal. You can look at a number of different locations and see the incredible impact of not having a plan for change of a major industry that a jurisdiction is dependent upon for to fund their general fund. You know, Detroit is still trying to recover, you know, and it's massively changed. You know, some of the locations where we've seen refineries decrease production, change production, shift their business model, or close, you know, the impacts to the economy of the locations where that's happening is immense and takes them up to a decade to recover. So we feel like it's really prudent that we examine the issue and that we have a plan so that we don't become a Detroit, so that we don't become you know, the towns in coal country that are struggling to survive, to keep any services open. We have a lot of dependence on one major industry, and that's a vulnerability in the future if you see kind of the direction that things are going in terms of what's happening with climate and what's happening on the statewide level and movement away from fossil fuels, and you know, pushing of electric cars and many more things will be coming forward to shift away from that industry. So it's prudent for us to make a plan, and that's what this is about.
May we have the presentation?
We have a slideshow that we're waiting for KCRT to put up, but meanwhile, we'll introduce ourselves sort of in the context of this presentation. My name is Shiva Mishik. I'm Chief of Staff to Mayor Eduardo Martinez. I also want to say that in a previous life, I was trained at Wharton School of Business to do sector analyses. I've done it for natural gas in Mozambique before, so this is a little bit in my wheelhouse from a previous life. And perhaps Councilmember Bana can attest that when you're Iranian, you grow up with following what's going on with oil in your blood. You kind of have to. So it's been something, following the oil industry is something that I grew up talking about when I was 6 or 7 years old. So I'm coming with a more informal expertise here, but I want to introduce our policy director as well.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is BK White. I have 29 years of refining experience. I also have served as the Vice President and the President of United Steelworkers Local 5 And in my leadership role, I've went to several oil schools throughout the nation. And in these oil schools, we discussed petroleum usage, capacity, and overall health of the industry. And I've seen firsthand the human side of this. I know people, not statistics, that were affected by the industry contracting. I've seen communities devastated, and I've seen them caught flat-footed, not knowing that this was going to happen. And that's not where we want to be.
Next slide, please, after this one. Next slide, please. Thank you, that one's great. So I'm going to speak to so there's two desired outcomes that we were hoping for in this item. I'll speak to the first one, which is the long-term financial analysis of the city's budget, considering 3 different scenarios within the petroleum industry. So I just want to ground you all in what this item is seeking. You know, we know that a large portion of the city's budget relies on the petroleum industry in Richmond. So in addition to the taxes received from the refinery, we rely on tax revenue from businesses that sell and store petroleum products, auxiliary businesses that support petroleum industry operations, local businesses who support petroleum industry workers during their work shift, income taxes from residents who are employed within the petroleum industry, municipal workers that are paid directly by the petroleum industry, and so on. That does not capture, of course, all the other costs and fees and community benefits. So needless to say, there's a lot of exploration we could do as a city. You know, I think that we usually talk about the petroleum industry in terms of Chevron, but we're much more of an industrial city than that when it comes to this particular industry. And so the scope of this, of looking at how much our budget relies on this industry, goes beyond that particular company.
And of course, there's essential long-term strategies for dealing with this industrial shift and workforce shift, such as offshore wind and attracting green businesses, which I think we're well on our way to achieving. But there are, these shifts aren't
KCRT, we can hear you.
This guy was a leader of a squad leader of the kill teams in Vietnam. Oh my gosh, bad.
Go ahead, BK.
But the paradigm shifts as we're talking about are monumental. And it's like a ship. No big ship turns quickly. This is going to take time. So the industry changes will take 5, 10 to 15 years. So we do have short-term strategies that we have to address, and to be responsible leaders to look after the future of the city. And the short-term ones, just as Councilmember Robinson spoke about, are to prevent us from being devastated by relying heavily on one industry and that industry disappearing on us.
Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go over all this, but we've spent the past 3 months doing a sector analysis. It was a relatively brief one, but these are some of the factors that we looked at. We'll only very briefly speak to the first 3, but these are the sorts of things we considered in looking at where the petroleum industry is headed, both in our state, more regionally, so talking about there's things called PAD districts that kind of break up the industry throughout the country. And then more nationally, we looked at international factors, Russia, the Middle East, India, and also the development of natural gas in South Africa. Hydrogen and biofuels conversions, those are obviously beyond the scope of this item, but nonetheless, we did spend time looking into that. The movement of crude and pipeline dynamics and so on. But we'll just briefly speak to the first three, although I would argue that all of these factors very much directly impact Richmond. Next slide, please.
And as we all know, the state of California has been mandated by the governor by 2035 to be 100% zero emission off-road vehicles and equipped. CARB has promoted has mandated that the selling of no more new gas-powered vehicles by 2035. And we want to reduce statewide oil by 90% by 2045. This is also coming from CARB. So to ignore this, when you're being told, what is being mandated, that there will be change, and not prepare for it and prepare for the future of the constituents of Richmond, will be irresponsible.
Next slide, please.
And, you know, we said that the recovery would take a while. Wind energy won't be here overnight. But the collapse or the pullout of an industry can happen devastatingly overnight, very quickly, with no time, if you don't have the forethought to prepare and to set your city up for success. I've seen municipalities caught flat-footed, good people, but you just think it's going to be there forever. You know, U.S. Steel was one of the most powerful companies ever, and they saw their downturn. And the scenarios that could happen that could lead to this could be mandated through regulation. There could be corporate abandonment, and also facilities could be changed over to terminals, which would also be just as financially devastating, but also environmentally could be devastating, because there would be no onus to remediate the land if you're still using it as a terminal. And also the idling of the plant with the promise of coming back, and you never know when that could happen. I'm sorry, I also would like to add that we've seen this. This is not a hypothesis. Here in Contra Costa, at Marathon, 70% of the workforce was laid off. They were going to a renewable fuel, but we haven't seen it come back up yet. Right down the road at Phillips 66, going for a renewable fuel, they went from like 120,000 barrels a day down to 50,000 barrels a day. And that for those cities or those counties, that will impact the revenue that they get from the facility.
Next slide, please.
I'm on fire here. This slide shows that in 1982, the number of operating refineries in the United States was 254. As of January the 1st, 2023, the number of operating refineries in the United States is 124. In September of 2022, the Union for Concerned Scientists released a study that 75% of refineries in the United States will be closed in the next 30 years. So there's empirical data that tells you change is coming. Are we going to be prepared?
Next slide, please. I also want to speak to a very visible aspect of the petroleum industry that we all use every day, or most of us, council members, Zepeda, I know you've surpassed us all here, but the fuel retail market. So as we all know, once gas stations go, there's very little you can do with that land for a while. It's contaminated land. There's studies showing that there are quite a few studies showing that by 2035, almost all gas stations in the country could be unprofitable. And that makes sense, right? As we've talked about, there will be no gas-powered cars produced in or sold in California by 2035. The three largest auto markets in the in the world, which is China and the United States and the UK, are all predicted to go majority electric by 2040. So the outlook for fuel retail is grim, but that is something that also contributes to our revenue as a city. So this is just sort of looking at what the forces of change are in this particular sector of the petroleum industry, which is these forces of change are the things that are sort of pushing the fuel retail market to contract. So the push for a carbon-free economy. There's also digital technologies and connectivity. So for instance, self-driving cars, electric vehicles, hydrogen, and so on. And then there's also increased mobility, right? So for instance, ride sharing, trains, so on and so forth. That sort of public transit investment is also impacting the extent to which the fuel retail market is profitable. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but then we see there's a changing market dynamic. There's preferences in how people are choosing to spend their money around transportation. And so at the end, these are all the different things that the fuel retail market would have to do to possibly stay profitable. And I won't get into all that, but it would take massive infrastructure investment and sort of the repurposing of just gas stations. So we have yet another sector of the petroleum industry that will take billions of dollars just to repurpose to continue to be profitable. Next slide, please. So as I'm sure you can all anticipate, there are endless sort of iterations of how this could go in terms of the petroleum industry. But there are a few that we have decided to, or we've decided would be prudent for the city to look at. This is not keeping in mind all of the different ways to deal with the health impacts of being an industrial city for over a century, nor how to remediate the land. This is just talking about the very narrow, but still not narrow, impacts on city revenues depending on how the market could shift and likely outcomes based on the refineries we've looked at. So the first one is just the basic one that we know for sure is happening, which is the expiration of the utility users tax settlement without any renewal. So of course, remains to be seen whether that will be renewed, how it would be renewed, et cetera, et cetera. But as you all saw during the budget season, staff argued and showed that it was fiscally prudent to anticipate or project what our budget would look like without that settlement. And so we would start with that as just the baseline. What is it going to look like if we don't have this $4 million over the next 20 years? And based on the way you do current value versus future value, it's not necessarily just subtracting $4 million from your budget every year. The next scenario is the significant portion of Richmond's petroleum industry becomes unprofitable and the refinery declares bankruptcy. That can also happen in a few ways, and what we've seen with different refineries. So, they could sell to another developer and then they declare bankruptcy. The Chevron itself could declare bankruptcy, but the point is that we would be left holding the bag. We would have lack of revenue. We would have that land would basically be unremediated and the property taxes of that land would be reassessed, which could be very hard on our budget, et cetera, et cetera. And then scenario 3 is that, as BK spoke to earlier, which I find the scariest, petroleum manufacturing facilities decide to idle their facilities or turn into oil storage facilities, meaning it just sits there. The workforce is cut back significantly, the revenue is cut back significantly, but because those companies still own that land, they don't have to remediate and we don't have jurisdiction to remediate. And what we've seen in refineries across the country is that when refineries and other facilities related to the petroleum industry idle or do oil storage and transport, that the value of that property is then deeply discounted. And so you're not getting the revenue, you're not getting the workforce, you're not getting the remediation, you're not getting the property taxes. So it's a nice way for companies to walk away without walking away. And so that, to me, is the worst case scenario and one that I think is worth anticipating and looking at. Next slide. So I won't read this all, but this is an excerpt from one case study about Philadelphia, where Philadelphia Energy Solutions closed a couple years ago. And this is the quote that really kind of rung around in my head over the past 3 months, which is that although the refinery's economic viability had been called into question before this, city leaders had declined to envision a future for the property beyond refining until it was too late. Ultimately, a bankruptcy court auction determined the fate of 1,300 acres of city center land with minimal opportunity for input from city leaders or community members. Myriad lessons can be learned from the PES refinery closure. And I'll just note that in the agenda report, this doctor specifically says, West Coast communities, take note, because your coast in particular is most vulnerable to what happened in Philadelphia. Next slide. So our recommended action is to direct city staff to work with the mayor's office to finalize the draft request for proposals for a long-term financial analysis of the city's budget under those 3 proposed alternative scenarios. The reason that this is the recommended action is that we have drafted a request for proposals. We know that the finance department is incredibly busy with the state audit and mid-year review coming up. And so we have offered to work with the finance department to put this RFP together. And so that is, we're hoping to move this along as quickly as possible. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. It's an excellent idea to look into possibilities for the future of Richmond, and I believe it's our responsibility. It's very important. So to understand different scenarios, how much of the city's revenue comes from Chevron?
Great question.
You don't know?
I don't.
I thought it was about
It's about 30%.
1/3 of our budget comes from Chevron. Is that correct, City Manager?
30%, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So these 3 scenarios, are they assuming the whole third of our budget is gone, or?
Well, there's not just, and BK, so for instance, it's not just that 1/3. So if you could speak to, for instance, Chemtrade or the businesses around.
Yes, Chemtrade takes acid from the refinery. Without the refinery there, that would affect them. And, we have the
I'm sorry, affects who? What are you talking about?
Chemtrade,
Well,
the facility that sits right outside of Chevron that takes the sulfuric acid, regenerates it and sends it back to the refinery.
okay.
So the reason that Shiva wanted to bring that up is it's just not the 30%, and we're not just focusing on Chevron. It's the petrochemical industry in total. We also have terminals going out toward Terminal 3. We have oil terminal storage places that also contribute to the city's budget. So it's not just that 30%.
So you're suggesting it's more than 30%?
Yes, the 30% I think would just be Chevron, I believe.
Okay, so the report hopefully will tell us exactly.
Exactly. That's what the whole thing. We want to see, in things that we can't anticipate, we want to see the real effect, right? We don't want to assume. We want to see the real effect that would happen with what is coming in 2035 and 2045.
Okay, so can you explain what short-term is, what long-term is, and how much of the budget you assume will be gone?
Well, the long-term, I think the reason we broke it up like that is that if we don't...
No, I don't understand what you mean by short-term.
Okay, I was explaining.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry, go ahead.
The long term, I'll start the long term. If we only rely on the industries that we're trying to bring in, there's going to be a gap of time that they're, financially, the city could be, in trouble. So in the short term, we need to explore what we can do with this study and the things that it can offer, things that we can do to help gap us between what we are now, because we can't always run on the short term. Eventually, we do want another industry in here. We want a diversified economy for the city of Richmond. Unfortunately, that can't be overnight. That can't be short term. But there are stop gaps that we want to flesh out and see what we can do both short term and plan for the long term.
Thank you, but you did not answer my question. Maybe you don't know the answer and it should come out of the report, but I'm wondering, short term, you mean 3-year, 5-year,
looking
10
for
years?
specific-
Long term is 100 years, 50 years, 20 years? What do you envision?
Short term would be 5 to 10 years. Long term would be 20 or more, roughly, more or less.
So the 3 scenarios would be now 1 for short term, 1 for long term, when the industry is gone, and what is the third?
So the scenarios would be asking for a 20-year analysis for each scenario. They're different they're different how do I put it, structural shifts in the economy. And so it would be over 20 years in scenario A, B, or C, how would we be impacted? Now, from that, getting the magnitude of that impact, we can then also request what are some short-term ways to deal with the magnitude of that
Thank you.
loss.
And what projects is Chevron making currently?
They make a jet, diesel, gasoline, lube oils, propane, butane, ammonia, and
Yeah.
they ship sulfur out.
So I believe a major portion of it is jet fuel, isn't it? Like 40%?
Yes,
What
it's-
percentage is jet fuel?
Jet fuel, I don't think it's going to be 40. Gasoline would be the major portion of it. Gasoline and diesel, and jet would probably be about 25, something like that.
Okay. So are we going to ask Chevron what their plans are and which one in their vision? Because if we lose 30% of our income, they're going to lose 100% of their income. So they're thinking about some solutions. Do we know what they're thinking about?
We have no idea what they're thinking about.
Are we going to ask them? Is that going to be a part of the report?
In our analysis of the sector, the amount of times that a refinery has let a community know that they will be leaving is incredibly minimal. And so I have spoken to Chevron since we've been in office. They, of course, have no plans to leave that they have indicated to me or the community. If anyone else knows different, we would love to know as soon as possible. But I think, in my personal opinion, the amount of times a corporation has warned a community, especially a publicly traded corporation that has shareholders to answer to, that they need to shutter their doors is next to zero. And so my recommendation would be that regardless of what Chevron says, that we look at the ample market evidence that this is a very likely scenario. And
though we can't speak to what Chevron's going to do, we do know what is mandated by the state. And we do know the direction that the state is headed to. The operation of their plant will have to change from a gasoline producer if the mandate that the state of California has put forth by 2035 is carried out.
I understand, and I don't expect Chevron to have any loyalty towards people of Richmond. Their first loyalty is to their shareholders and profits. My suggestion is to make sure we have realistic scenarios, and the worst case, as you said, it could be, all gone despite whatever. to make sure it's realistic, maybe you want to ask them what they're considering as possible scenarios and consider those in addition to worst cases where we get no notification and anything.
We, with all due respect, Councilmember Bonner, given the analysis we've done of the sector, we don't think that we're doing worst-case scenarios. We think we're doing probable scenarios.
Okay, and in those probable scenarios, you won't consider what they may consider as probable scenarios.
I can give them a call.
That'd be great. I would appreciate it because we want to have a realistic picture. We don't want to have any blind spots. You know, we come up with a report and they say, oh, you didn't consider this. We want to make sure we just consider everything. Okay. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
I do want to just remind the council that this item is not just about Chevron, it's about the petroleum industry as a whole. And so regardless of Chevron's plans, we have multiple other sectors of the petroleum industry present in Richmond. And so those are worth considering as well.
Could you name him for my...
So as alluded to, we have we have multiple storage facilities and terminals. We have fuel retail. We also have chemtrade, and those are major sectors of our economy.
And what do you exactly mean by chemtrade?
That's the name of the company.
Just explain what it was.
The company chemtrade.
Okay, and you said it's right by Chevron and...
Yes, council member. It's right outside of Chevron. It takes the spent acid, regenerates it, and sends it back to Chevron. So it's totally reliant on the alky unit of the Chevron refinery.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to seeing the report results. Should be very interesting. Thank you for doing this.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the staff of the Mayor's Office for this presentation. I think this is a really important item. It's a continuation of what we've been doing for years. I mean, we actually have pushed back on Chevron for about close to 20 years now, and I just want to make a clarifying statement. Well, I'm going to make two clarifying statements. The first one is when we're talking about how much of the budget does Chevron account for, it is 30% of the general fund. If we look at the whole budget, I think it's more like 12 to 15%, but that's just a clarification so we all know. But also, I want to make a clarification about the utility users tax and then ask a question. It'll lead right into this question. So being the only one who was here at the time of the tax settlement, I can tell you it was never called, at least by the community, the utility users tax settlement. It was separate because the utility users tax is still the same. You know, this $114 million that we got in a settlement over 15 years was for many reasons. Part of it was we were wanting to put a ballot measure on to adjust the utility users tax, but we also had just the voters had passed Measure T, which was a ballot measure to acquire more money based on the value of raw materials from the petroleum industry in our city, in particular Chevron, but it actually would have impacted more than Chevron, but in this case it was mostly Chevron. And also the harm that has been done to our community for decades. So when we talked about the settlement, and I don't know if staff put it in the same revenue category as the utility users tax, but it's really not just it's not about the utility users tax, it's about the harm they have done to us in many ways. And it was a settlement that did have some branch in terms of wanting to end Chevron wanting us to not put our ballot measure on. That had to do with the utility users tax and them doing a countermeasure that would have bankrupted the city. So it's not that it wasn't about utility users tax solely, I mean, at all, but it wasn't about it solely. That's what I wanted to say. So having said that, the question is, when this data is analyzed and it comes forth to draw some conclusions, I'm wondering if, I just want to make sure it's not all about the conclusions that we may want to adjust further the utility users tax, but we may want other methodologies of getting more taxes from the petroleum industry. And so I just want confirmation that it's not just about UUT. Okay, I got a thumbs up. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
One quick comment, if I may.
Hold on. I want to make sure you get your time. Oops. Go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned, in my opinion, when you were answering me, I just wanted to ask you, as an engineer, I always ask for objective and realistic analysis. So please make sure it's an objective research, not affected by anyone's personal opinion. But yeah, something very objective we can look at,
Councilmember Bonner, I would not be doing this research.
I understand, but you're going to write the RFP.
Well, so I was saying, in my opinion, based on the research that my office has done, and that's why I qualified it with "in my opinion," because I think when you are examining market forces, there is always an extent to which it is not wholly objective. Of course, we can look at data, we can look at trends, we can read case studies, but ultimately, economic analysis is never wholly objective. There is always one's ideology present, one's sympathies, et cetera, et cetera. Of course, that's true. So I will restate that based on the sector analysis I was trained to do at Wharton School of Business, my opinion from that analysis is that these are likely scenarios that we may face. But I think if anyone said after doing a sector analysis they can objectively give you what's going to happen, they would be being very dishonest.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. What I'm saying is we need an analysis of what's existing, what the possibilities are. That should be very objective in terms of what can be done. Definitely, your economic view has an important role. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Cepeda.
Great presentation. I think, I want to make sure I heard you right as well. You're going to be looking at even our small businesses, like the restaurants and everyone else, because they're all part of that impact.
I think that that would likely be too difficult, too tertiary of a scope. That would be ideal, but we can sort of look at that through the RFP process. It was something that we more noted as this is the chain of indirect and what we call induced business activity, right? So this sort of business you're talking about, which undoubtedly is linked to, has anyone tried to go to Louis in the middle of the day? It's, full of people from the refinery. So of course that would be an impact, but looking at that sort of tertiary impact may be too difficult to do for the scope of this item. So we were trying to look at, can we just look at the petroleum industry and then, more secondary versus tertiary businesses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. No more questions.
Anyone else? No comments? Okay, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, whoever I am. No, thank you for thank you for the presentation. I guess my main question is, I am totally interested in what that inventory and breakdown looks like through a study. I guess at the end of the study, as I'm reading the agenda report, what I guess what are like going to be like some of the recommendations we could consider to expect, not inspect, but expect, like in terms of like here are other options that we could potentially go down to close any potential revenue gaps or get future revenue, like in case like there is a worst case scenario that happens. Like, are those options going to be like detailed in the study, or is that like part two after taking inventory?
That's the goal. Our hope is that it would be a sort of two-pronged analysis so that from these projections, there's a lot of really exciting different financial tools and fiscal levers being developed both within the United States and internationally to deal with this type of impact, and ones that are not, that again, I'm not a financial expert, but seem like they could be on the table for Richmond. That's outside of the scope of my expertise, of course. But there are
That's
different
why we need the
things.
study.
Exactly.
Okay.
But there are things that we could consider different types of bonds, the different types of tax measures, as Vice Mayor McLaughlin mentioned, different types of taxes that could be on the petroleum industry. And so, but the regulatory market is also something that would have to be considered. So again, above my pay grade, happy for you all to make it my pay grade, but above my pay grade currently. And but there are interesting tools out there, as well as previous revenue measures that the city has proposed that have historically not been taken up or pursued yet. And so part of this is to see what is the magnitude of this loss, and then to try to come up with tools that are commensurate with that loss. So, if we're, talking about a couple drops in the bucket,
I guess my time's
then
up.
yeah. So and that's enough. So the answer is sort of I don't know, but there's stuff out there.
Okay, yeah, I guess the quick part two of that is in the presentation, or at least in the outline, it was discussed like how there have been communities already impacted by industry leaving and they didn't have a plan to like fill in the gap. So is this outcome also looking at things that we should potentially be planning for in terms of like the new energy economy or equivalent industries that could potentially bring us a certain, basically more revenue to the city to fill in gaps if worst case a scenario should pop up?
No, and that was the sort of.
Well, after the fact, they were caught flat-footed, but there are studies that are done, and Shiva and I were discussing, there's like studies done on 5 essential things the city should know, but we're hoping that this study will bring all those out.
Okay.
Right, and lay those out to the decision makers, and you guys lead us into a better future.
But to be quite honest with you, the profitability at this point of green industry is not in keeping with the petroleum industry. And so that's another thing to consider, is that that's a longer term project, is attracting this type of industry, building it out. But that's the reason we want these stopgap measures, is because EVs and hydrogen is not to scale with petroleum yet. And so it's sort of, looking long-term, that business attraction, that replacement of economic activity, but that's sort of in flux. We're undergoing a significant economic structural shift that probably hasn't happened in about 100 years.
Yeah, I felt it.
So I think I am giving my opinion here. This is more exciting for Richmond than scary. We are doing something that coal country didn't do, that the automotive cities didn't do, and we could with this type of planning.
Okay, yeah, and I'll close out, but just to clarify my question too, you answered it, but I was also thinking more broader than just the green energy community, like any other industry or economic engines that we could think of. It doesn't need to just be an energy, it could just be anything. Yes, you have your finger up.
Yes, I agree with you, Council Member. We don't want to jump from being totally dependent in one industry to being totally dependent in another industry.
Yeah.
It's very important that our economic future is diverse.
Stole the words right out of my head. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. Let me get your time. Oops.
Just one more question.
Sorry, but I just want to make sure you get your time. Okay.
Yeah, one more question. Councilmember Willis kind of tapped into my thinking when he raised the issue about, hey, it's green sector, yes, but it's not only green sector. And one sector that I think is worth diversifying for, and I don't know whether this would be put in the RFP or in the responses, we could hear if there is some interest or some willingness to explore this in the analysis, is the high-tech industry. Because right now, sadly, and something I'm very interested in, is that this high technology, like robotics and such, is going into the military, and I'm extremely concerned about that. But we can put it to creative use. I mean, there is creative use for high tech. Like, there was a business, I don't know if it still exists, in Point Richmond that made exoskeletals for like appendages for amputees. And what a wonderful use of technology to help give people more mobility. And so I do think this diversification is something we're working on for years too. I mean, I remember every state of the city I put out, I would list all the new green businesses. Some came, I mean, some may not still be here. I don't have that list anymore. But yes, we do want the clean energy sector. We want the tech industry for creative uses of technology and retail and all that. So I do think, and I heard your point, Shiva, and it's that green energy isn't keeping pace yet with the oil industry. So thank you for that information.
That was saying your time was over.
I got it.
Okay. Which brings, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Robinson.
So just a quick comment, and this brings me, reminds me that there is a study currently happening for all of Contra Costa County looking at just transition for Contra Costa County. And I know they're considering a number of different industries that could be attracted to Contra Costa County, and it's a countywide effort funded, I think, by the federal government. And so it'd be great if there be some crossover as we're looking at potential new revenue streams. I know they're looking at biomedical, they're looking at some other things. And so it'd be good to see what they've already done and bring that into, at least introduce whoever the parties are in the RFP to make sure they're talking to each other so that we're benefiting from that research.
Thank you. I do have a question. Vice Mayor McLaughlin mentioned a worry about these advances being militarized, like the exoskeleton. That has been militarized. In fact, all new technology has been militarized in one way or another. Is there some way that we can keep private industry from contracting with the military for military purposes?
I wish we could.
Above my pay grade.
Yes, that was a rhetorical question. I just wanted to point out the fact that whatever industry we have, there will be some military use for it if the money is there. Okay, the other thing, Councilmember Bonner mentioned objective scenarios. Considering the information that we have, is there any objective scenario that Chevron can continue as it is?
They could continue business, but processing crude, that barrel of crude is going to have so much gasoline, it's going to have so much diesel, it's going to have so much jet, and you can't run the refinery if those products aren't being used. They would have to change to some other operation. Yeah.
Okay, and Chevron has considered hydrogen. How would the cost analysis of doing hydrogen pencil out?
The profit margin, hydrogen, and the petroleum products that they make their profit on are not close. And throughout the nation, have not seen a refinery go from refining crude oil to its main position is hydrogen. As a matter of fact, most of the refineries in the Bay Area contract out their hydrogen plants and let someone else run them.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll go to public comment.
Yes, we have one in-person speaker, Jamin Purcell.
So the state of California is currently suing the petroleum industry within California for underestimating its impact on the climate. Gavin Newsom is currently restricting the opening of new oil wells. The writing is on the wall. And, this isn't even the first time that Richmond has faced a problem like this. We don't make ships anymore, but we did for years. And when that fell, we lost like 30% of our population after exploding. We left people in abject poverty and in a state of crisis. And we pulled ourselves out. But this time, we can plan for it. We didn't know when the war was going to end, but we know that we are not going to be using petroleum forever. And I think that it is prudent to plan ahead and have contingencies in order to be able to try and scope it out for a just transition, for the Green and Blue New Deal and that economy to develop. We have to have a projection of what we need to replace what currently exists. I don't think Chevron is going to pull out tomorrow, and I'm not even arguing that point. I'm saying that it is inevitable. We don't use whale oil, we don't make ships, we don't do a lot of things we used to do, and that will have a huge impact on our economy, and we need to minimize that as best as possible by proper planning and good leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Jaswara, can you please call the Zoom speaker?
Yes, I have Eli Moore. Eli, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, City Council, Mayor, community. I'm really grateful for the leadership this council is taking on this. I think that it's smart long-term thinking and necessary analysis. And we've seen that the wildfires have proven that the climate crisis is here, and the state is taking action. The federal government is taking action, and we need to be ready. And like Jamin said, we've seen our local economy collapse before. There's evidence all over the city of the sort of remnants of past industries, like the dynamite manufacturing under Point Pinole. And so, it's part of our economy that there's these booms and busts, and we need city leaders who will plan for that. And I think it's remarkable that, with the progressive leadership we have, even the bond rating agencies are taking note and have upgraded the city's financial well-being. And so it's this kind of leadership that makes both like more well-being in the present, more possibilities for meeting the community needs, and also more well-being in the long term. So thank you for this, and I just want to support the measure. Thanks.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
In that case, public comment is closed. Now it's time for comments from the council. Councilmember Jimenez.
I just want to say that I I think this is a smart thing to do, and thank you, City Council, who has made comments about how this plan is going to be. And the reality is that what we need is to have the idea what will be the potential impact, so we can plan for that. If we don't know what is going to happen, then we don't have any idea how to plan. So this is a first step to know that impact, so we can start planning for that and have a long-term plan. We are not saying that by passing this is that everybody here wants Chevron to close right now, right? What we are saying is that what we are seeing and regulations that are coming to have something to make sure that we have a planet for our kids and our grandkids. And this, like, climate crisis is here. So we cannot pretend that we are going to be doing business as usual. And climate crisis is here, and one of the major sources of that is the petroleum industry, right? And we have like a debt to our community to take a leadership role and to start planning for that. And I think this is prudent, as one of the public commenters said. And I'm glad that we have a progressive leadership here that is taking this seriously, that is not afraid of this, and that is giving us, is open us the view of the city to start planning what a green and blue New Deal looks like in Richmond. So thank you, and I am willing to do a motion, but I will wait for other comments. But I will do a motion soon.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you to the sponsors of this item and the presenters too, because it was all great information. And, this item really makes me think about all the public hearings and community conversations that have happened over the years with certain businesses and economic developments, and even just general fear in the community that I've come across in the past, where some people won't speak up on things that are impacting them because they don't want to scare certain businesses away or not attract new businesses from coming in. So there's like a lot of reticence of just wanting to make sure that we keep what we have, because there's a strong feeling that I've at least come across in my personal experience where folks see very little opportunity coming to Richmond, and the opportunity to get impacted, which we did see them get impact. Our budget projections get impacted many times over the years, and we weren't expecting it, and had to have that hard conversations about cuts and layoffs that affect many working families. So no, this is a great idea. I actually look forward to the results, and I'm happy to support it too. So thank you for everybody who brought this together.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana.
I just wanted to say that thank you, and I totally agree with you that it's about challenges, but it will reveal many opportunities as well. So it's exciting. Look forward to it.
You? Yeah. Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, so on the RFP, this is one more question. So will it, so it's going to do this long-term analysis, and that's all really important, and I'm so glad it's happening. So will this consultant be charged with the task of bringing solutions, or bringing some sort of proposals for how we can remedy this situation of loss of revenue over time? Will that be part of the scope as well?
Yes, so we were hoping that the scope would be two-part, would be first the analysis, and then based on that analysis and sort of the scale of potential gaps, the sorts of financial mechanisms that the city could consider, either one or multiple of them, and also, of course, based on the council's pleasure, staff capacity, but yes. And so in at least the draft RFP that, we started putting together, we also proposed that ideally this consultant would be one that is familiar with the sort of innovative financial mechanisms that have been developed in order to address this issue in particular. So, of course, there's the normal suite of fiscal policies around different types of taxation, but there are different mechanisms for this type of structural shift, particularly around the climate crisis, that are being developed and have been deployed in different parts of the world and country. And so we're hoping that that council would be sort of presented with a suite of options to consider. And so that would be sort of part B. So it would be analysis and then also some policy proposals in short.
Okay, great. So I also want to state that, as I was saying before, and I don't think I clarified it enough, so I'm just going to clarify it a bit more. When Measure T was passed by the voters in 2008, Chevron took the city to court and won on a technicality, and we were considering correcting that or trying to revise the language and putting it back on the ballot again. So that was another reason why they came to the table for the 114 million over 15 years. And one of the things, it's funny because here we are almost 15 years later, and one of the points of discussion, as I recall, was, in 15 years, Chevron will have to, oil is going to be running out and Chevron will have to reduce its refining. I mean, that was an argument that was made by some. And, here we are 15 years almost later, and we're still having to push them to push the petroleum industry in general to do the right thing. And we are, as Councilmember Jimenez said, and I think Shiva, you reiterated, that we are in the middle of the climate crisis. It's not like it's off in the distance. We're in the middle, and the harm is already here. So that will end my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
So I am ready to do a motion. My motion is direct Mayor Office staff to work with the City Attorney Office to finalize the RFP with a scope of work that includes A, to complete a long-term financial analysis of the city's budget, considering the 3 scenarios presented regarding the petroleum industry, and to propose revenue, and B, to propose revenue-generating measures that can be deployed in the near term in order to shore up the city's finances in anticipation of any budget shortfall, and direct staff to move the RFP with the following calendar. The consultant, beginning of December, to contract with the consultant, and bring the analysis to the City Council in April of 2024. Second.
Mayor Martinez, I have an email from staff regarding the RFP schedule that I can share with council tomorrow if you'd like, or I can provide it this evening, whichever you prefer.
I think like we want to move. It's really important to move this a calendar so we can have something at the beginning or in the spring of 2024. So why did
Okay.
this?
Do we have a second?
I'll second it, but I also am questioning I don't quite understand what the city manager was saying, the calendar for RFPs.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand. So we're happy to work with the city council offices. We know that they're going to be traveling. And so we were anticipating that it would go for legal review on October 18th to the 25th. The release the RFP on October 26th. November 15th, final day to submit questions. November 20th, responses to questions posted on Bids Online. November 27th, RFP due. December 7th, interview notification of shortlist. December 11th, shortlist interviews. December 15th, final selection on contract negotiations. January 16th, city approval process. January 17th effective contract date.
My office actually wrote an RFP, a very good one, as a matter of fact, and I believe that that is a very strong start. And with that, I believe that we can meet these dates.
I don't think she was challenging.
That's certainly our goal. We were providing 2 weeks from October 4th to October 18th to work with the city staff and the mayor's office to finalize the RFP before it goes over on October 18th for legal review.
Yes, I'll let my staff speak to that.
That sounds okay with me.
I think like what we wanted to say is that if we can't have in December to have the consultant ready, so they can have enough time to start in January and have until April to do that, that will be better. So I wonder if that can happen. Since there is
That's what I'm outlining a path to get there, Councilmember Jimenez. I'm just noting that, like, for the process, there's 11 steps before it comes to you. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody's clear on
Yes.
what we have to do to meet our procurement requirements.
Yeah, and this is
appreciate
what
that.
we were thinking about in December, not right now. I make my motion.
Seconded it, yeah.
Okay. Motion made by Jimenez, seconded by Vice Mayor. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes,
The vote is unanimous.
thank you. Next item.
The next item is item W1, receive an update on the city's efforts to increase the quality and quantity of soccer fields within the city of Richmond.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. This evening, the item before you is in response to community engagement in July pertaining to improving built environment spaces in public parks, in particular soccer fields. I would like to, as KCRT is pulling up the PowerPoint, I would like to especially acknowledge the prompt turnaround of this work. It's very comprehensive and detailed. I'd like to specifically acknowledge Ms. LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager, and Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director, and our consultant team, Robert Stevens and Marcia Vallier with CSW, both of whom have been working in our community for a great deal of time. Marcia's firm was recently acquired and is now part of CSW, and so it's great that we have this expanded technical resource capacity here to serve Richmond residents. And so with that, I want to turn it over to LaShonda to go through commencing on slide 2. KCRT, please. And Daniel, feel free to pull up a chair. This is a, I know it's a little late.
Come on,
but-
Daniel. Let me scoot over. It's a party.
And Robert Stevens, KCRT, is joining us online via Zoom. And so if you can kindly please promote him as a panelist.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor McLaughlin, and members of the City Council. My name is LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services, as Shasta stated. With me, we have Public Works Director Daniel Chavarria and Marcia Vallier with CSW ST2. And on the phone via Zoom is Robert Stevens. So we're really excited about this presentation tonight. We think we have a lot of great information to share with you all. And what I believe our consultants have started is what I like to refer to as a landscape analysis of park space that could facilitate different size and types of soccer fields and other park amenities. This is the beginning of this work, as we understand that additional analysis, council direction, and community engagement and feedback is essential in moving this work forward. As the city manager stated, on July 11th, The City Council received a presentation from a local soccer group and heard from residents and stakeholders regarding access to soccer fields. And on the screen before you are the 5 steps of direction that the City Council provided to us. So they asked us to come back and provide an update on uses for soccer fields within the city of Richmond, which included a budget and funding plan. You also wanted us to continue to work with the school district to create a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. There were some friendly amendments there to make sure we obtain community feedback. Regarding this process, we allocated significant portion of anticipated surplus funds for soccer fields and included funding for bathrooms at MLK Park that are open and cleaned while in use for soccer. And per this direction, city staff retained Marcia Valier to review existing parks to determine locations suitable for new and upgrades to existing soccer fields. Next slide, please. So tonight, the recommendation is for City Council to receive an update on the city's efforts to increase the quality and quantity of soccer fields within Richmond. And council is not being asked to make any decisions tonight. As stated, this is the beginning of this conversation. In the future, as staff continues to consider factors such as council priority goals and objectives, our capital improvement projects, and other city needs, we will bring forth an updated cost and information regarding potential funding sources and information regarding soccer fields during a budget update in both October and November. And we understand that the ultimate financial impact to the city will depend on City Council direction, final park designs, community input, and other refined cost estimates. Next slide, please. Before I turn it over to Marcia, she will be presenting on a review of existing parks in Richmond to identify locations for soccer fields and upgrades to various amenities in our parks for recreation, practice, and competition. And we'll also present preliminary recommendations that we have looked at in the short term, so within this current fiscal year and next fiscal year, midterm after fiscal year 25-26, and long term to help achieve desired level of service for soccer fields and park upgrades in Richmond. And thank you, and with that, I will turn it over to Marcia.
Next slide, please. My name is Marcia Valier. I have been a resident and had my business in Richmond since 1990, and I'm very happy to be looking at this for you, and thank you so much. So my charge was to review Richmond parks and identify locations for upgrades for soccer fields and courts and other fields for recreation, practice, and competition. Next slide, please. The guiding document that we used to look at the level of service is the 2010 Richmond Parks Master Plan, and that sets the level of service standards for park acreage, service areas, active sports and recreation facilities per capita. So the city of Richmond has 50 parks, 7 joint use sites, and that's almost 300 acres of parkland. And we're also blessed with 7 regional parks and 1 national historical park. And the key to this document is it does tell us how many fields per certain number of people that we need, what type of distances, et cetera. So that's what this wonderful document does. Next slide, please. So the estimates and the levels of service are based on the population. In 2010, we had about 106,000, and we've increased by about 11,000 in the 10 years. One of the key elements is that 26% of the population is under the age of 18, and that says to us that we need to make sure that we provide recreational opportunities for our youth. The other really important point is that 14% of the population is over 65 years and of age and older. And so we also need to be looking at those items, but tonight we are focusing on sports fields and soccer fields. So one of the key things, again, is that children, youth, and seniors constitute a significant portion of the city's population. And a majority of that population is within the central core area. So 66% of the population lives in the central core. And that speaks to where a lot of people are going to be using these facilities. Next slide, please. The level of service defined by that park document is 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 people. And when you look at the neighborhoods, you can see that many of the neighborhoods exceed. For instance, the Hilltop area has 165% of that parkland. It provides more than 3 acres per 1,000. The El Sobrante provides, let's see, that it's 3.7 acres per 1,000. And the southern area, it provides a lot as well. But the core area only has 60% of the parkland that it should have. And so one of my original charges was to look at the central core area, but that has been modified and changed to look at the entire city to look for soccer fields. Next slide, please. So the level of service for soccer is we need 1 field per 3,000 people. So that means we need 23 fields. That document doesn't define exactly where or what size the fields should be. So we've gone and spoken with the users and the groups to really help us define that. Next slide, please. So there are 38 to 40 teams in Richmond, comprised of 3 organizations: the Richmond Soul, Richmond Rayados, and the Richmond United Soccer Club. And those clubs are very, very active, as you saw in July, and they play year-round, with the exception of 2 to 3 weeks in December. They also play and compete against different clubs within the East Bay, like Albany Berkeley Soccer League, West Contra Costa Youth Soccer League, and East Shore Alliance. So they're not just playing themselves, they're playing broader areas of the East Bay and teams from the broader area. Next, please. The places that they practice are multi-purpose fields that are shared with baseball, softball, and football. One of the things I'd like to mention is we did take a look at the level of service for softball, baseball, and football, and the city has enough baseball fields per capita. We need 2 softball fields and possibly 1/2 football field, so we just call it a full field. But the places that the teams practice is the Tom Bates Regional Sports Complex on Gilman, off of Gilman. The city has been contributing to that facility for years, so they do get some time there. Martin Luther King Jr. Park, as well as Country Club Vista, those are the 2 parks within the city that have soccer fields that aren't joint use with baseball and softball, but they are joint use with football. Martin Luther King has an artificial turf field, and that's the only one in the city that has artificial turf. Booker T. Anderson is one of the larger parks in town, and it has quite a number of spaces for soccer fields. Shields Reed Park, Nickel Park, and Wendell Park. Those are the locations where the teams play. Next slide, please. So in talking with the soccer leagues and the clubs, we've defined what needs to be part of the parks to support league and league play as well as practice. And this also goes for softball, baseball, and football. We need parking with an accessible path of travel to the fields, to and from the parking fields, restrooms with concessions and drinking fountains, spectator area with seating, fencing so that the soccer balls don't go rogue. We need play areas for non-participating siblings, storage for the goals off of the field so that the other sports can play, as well as lighting for evening play. And we do have lighting at Martin Luther King Park and Booker T. Anderson Park. Next slide. So the soccer field sizes were also defined by the clubs. There are 2 field sizes. There's U10, U stands for under 10, which is also 7 versus 7 players on a field. And so that's for 10 years old and younger, and so it's a little bit smaller field. And then there's the U13 field, which is 11 players versus 11 players for 13 years and above. And it also can be used for adults. And the recommended number of fields, totaling 23 fields, which meets the 1 field per 3,000, we would like to see 6 to 10 of the larger fields and 13 to 17 of the smaller fields. Next slide. So within Richmond, we took a look at all the neighborhood and community parks within the city, and we have found that we have 12 neighborhood parks and 4 community parks, as well as 6 joint use sites that have space for soccer fields currently. Next slide. Within the 6 city council districts. So what we've done is we've gone ahead and we'll show the parks within each one of your districts. So District 1, we have Belding Garcia Park, and you can see what we've done is test fit the fields so that we know the size of fields that each park can have. Like Belding Garcia has the smaller field. Lucas Park has 2 fields, a larger and a smaller. Nevin would host a small field, and Wendell Park would have a larger field. Next slide. District 2 has Country Club Vista, which has 1 U10 and 1 U13. And Judge Carroll Park, which is near Point Richmond, that has a U10. And there's a little bit of a conflict there because there's an informal dog park use. The North Richmond Ball Field has U13, which is the larger field. And Shields Reed Park also has the larger field. Next slide, please. District 2, right now, the Shields Reed Park is funded for the lower portion of the park, but they do have drawings and the ability to add a soccer field, baseball field combination, and that will be one of our recommendations. I'm just foreshadowing a little bit. Next, please. District 3, Borman Park, U10, Boyd Park, U13. Lavanya Dijon Middle School would have a U13 and could be a joint use site. Martin Luther King Jr. has 2. One is the artificial turf, and one is grass on the baseball field, which would be the larger field. Nickel Park has 4 fields, and Unity Park Phase 2 would have 1 U10. Next slide. Of those 3 parks, the wonderful thing is Borman Park is already funded by a $4 million Prop 84 grant, and we're looking at maybe trying to upgrade a little bit to artificial turf, which would add a bit to that. Boyd Park and Unity Park Phase 2, working with Janae Levine-Snipes, that's in the Recreation and the Public Works Department. We've applied for 2 grants. Boyd Park, $5 million through the Clean California Local Grant Program, as well as Unity Park Phase 2, additional $5 million. So those are the master plans that we prepared for those parks to be able to get the grant applications together. Next slide. District 3 also has Martin Luther King Jr. Park, and staff has applied for a $500,000 Community Resilience Center planning grant for the pending community center. Next slide. District 4, out in the El Sobrante area, there are 4 joint use sites. The Fairmead Park site has fields at Highland School, and then we'd like to pursue joint use agreements for Hilltop Park. Hilltop Park is in the bottom right. There's a line that shows you city property on the left versus school district property on the right. That would have space for a smaller field. Olinda School, which would have a larger field, and Lemoyne Park has space at Valley View School for 3 fields. Next, please. Booker T. Anderson in District 5 has 2 U13s. Kennedy Park has 2 fields, 2 different sizes. State Court Park, that's in the bottom right-hand corner. The little area that shows the little trees, the dotted trees there, that's the city property, and adjacent to that is Kennedy High School fields, where we would be able to look at 2 large sports fields for joint use. Marina Park has 1 U13, and then there's also available out in the marina area, Edward, Shimada, and Vincent Parks have space for recreational fields, not competition. Next, please. And District 6, we have 2 parks. One, Berg Park, has a recreational size field, and Tiller Park has also a recreational size field for club play. Next slide. So sort of summarizing, you see those little dots there. Those are the smaller fields, and you can see the distribution around the city. So these are existing sites that could have space for the smaller fields. The yellow bubbles represent the joint use sites. Next, please. Next slide, please. The larger bubbles show the larger fields, and we have 14 sites plus 6 joint use fields. Next, please. These are the yellow bubbles are the joint use sites. So you can see we've got some really good coverage in the next slide, which shows you that we have a very equitable distribution of soccer fields throughout the city. And we can meet the goal of 23 fields. And we actually exceeded that by 1 on city property and by quite a few more fields, 9 fields, if we do joint use agreements with the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Next slide. So here are the recommendations. After looking at all of the parks in the city, what we recommend that upgrading the field areas with grass, drainage, grades, and irrigation to make them more playable, changing the configuration of the fields slightly so that baseball, softball, and soccer can work together, and soccer doesn't have to play in the infields and destroy those, et cetera. So reconfiguring to make them more usable for all of the sports. Upgrading the amenities and making sure there are restrooms, play areas, parking, fencing. And then the other thing we also started to look at is when we were at the parks, we started looking at the fact that, we could do something with the basketball, pickleball, tennis, et cetera. So we've kind of got that in the back of our mind as well. And then we recommend also obtaining joint use agreements with the West Contra Costa Unified School District, especially to provide field space in District 4. Next, please. The other recommendations would be to do some restoration work and bid that so that we can have the fields upgraded in a bid and not have city staff do that, because right now we have city staff maintaining the existing parks, but what we'd like to do is bid so that we can have the fields upgraded, and that would augment what city staff is able to do. And then the other is many of the soccer clubs and the baseball, softball, et cetera, they would like to adopt the spaces and help maintain the sites, just like the other Adopt-A-Spot sponsors do, like on the Richmond Parkway. They want to be part of taking care of those fields. Next, please. We also would like to see creation of competition fields, like reconfiguring some of the larger fields and parks to accommodate more multi-purpose spaces, and installation of artificial turf to make it playable year-round. What happens with regular grass is it has to rest. If it rains, you can't play on it, you have to wait. And then all of those little feet running around really tear up the grass, so it does need couple of months to rest. And then the last recommendation as far as competitive fields is to make sure we have some lighting. We have lighting at Booker T, we've got lighting at Martin Luther King and a couple of other parks. Sounds like Wendell Park just got some lighting as well. So those are some key things. And I wanted to call your attention to the picture in the bottom right-hand corner. That's a really wonderful example of a multi-use field because the baseball, softball, and soccer are all in artificial turf and they can play year-round. Next slide. So here's what we got in the works. Like I said, we've got Borman Park, which is currently funded with a $4 million grant. We are waiting to hear about Boyd and Unity Park that would provide us with 2 additional parks. Next slide. And we'd like to look at, in fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25, upgrading Wendell Park, $750 to $1 million to upgrade the irrigation, refurbish the grass field and softball infield, replacing fencing in the backstop, getting soccer goals for the space, installing infield fines, fencing that futsal court that's there because the balls fly into the or surrounding areas, and then possibly renovating the play area because it's a little bit old. Shields Reed Park, they already have drawings for Shields Reed Park. So what we'd like to do is possibly look at funding that so that the soccer and softball field can be installed along with the basketball court and lighting potentially. And then we'd like to reserve approximately $500 to $1 million for community needs. You know, once we go out and start talking to the community, we may have some additional things that need to be or want to be added to expand the recreational offerings. And then soft cost, having a reserve for design, permits, outreach, et cetera, would be very important. Next slide, please. Lucas Park is another park that has a lot of potential. And in the short term, we could renovate that grass and redo the softball field and fencing so it'd be more playable for soccer. But long term, looking at reconfiguring that park to have more multi-purpose fields and more better configuration for those fields, expanded tennis, basketball, pickleball courts, new play area, modified parking, and relocate the existing restroom that's on site. Next, please. Our midterm play that we're recommending is along with the looking at the new community center, we'd like to reconfigure and resod the baseball field so that we could have more soccer play as well, and renovate the existing restroom. That was one of your key things that you wanted to do, is make sure that that's open and available for all the users in Martin Luther King Park. Install soccer goals and repave and restripe the parking, because right now there's a really strange little parking lot that was left over in remnant from the old Martin Luther King Community Center. Many of you may have been in there. I know I was in there quite a lot. And then long-term, renovate those baseball fields so that, you know, it's all just kind of part of that community center. Next slide. The other two locations are North Richmond Ball Field, taking that, renovating that a little bit, making it a little bit more soccer friendly, installing fencing, maybe a play area. And then Country Club Vista might be a wonderful location for artificial turf and a new restroom building, and maybe field lighting, depending on what the community says about that. Next slide. And then the last recommendation would be to create or look at Booker T. Anderson for a really large grant that would reconfigure that whole side on the other side of the creek to have a really wonderful artificial sports field, artificial turf, multi-purpose fields, play areas, renovate the play area, install a new restroom concession building, basketball, tennis, pickleball, lighting, and parking. So there's a lot that can happen in that space. Next. And then again, joint use agreements, because the city and the school district have these wonderful facilities, especially in the central area and the El Sobrante area, that could be used for joint use. Next. And the process, just so that you know, the process that we would go through would be a very in-depth community process. What we would do is we'd work with you, the city council, the community, neighborhood council, as well as sports leagues and commissions like the Rec and Park Commission to determine the scope and the priority of these improvements. And then with that direction from you, we would look at initiating an outreach. This is an example of what we did for Boyd Park for that grant. We identified the neighborhood councils, Iron Triangle, Atchison Village, and Point Richmond, and reached out to them to start talking about what we wanted in that field. Next slide. And then we prepared conceptual plans and gave the community alternatives to look at and to weigh pros and cons. And then we came up with a master plan and a cost estimate, and we were able to apply for those grants. So with that, I'd like to end my part of the presentation and like to pass it over to Daniel.
Thank you, Marcia. So as next step, next slide, please. As next steps, we want to begin implementation of the short-term projects that Marcia presented for fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25, specifically for the three parks that she identified, Wendell Park, Shield Reeds Park, and Lucas Park. Also, we would like to implement existing grant-funded projects, continue at the Burman Park, And fingers crossed, getting those grants in October this month with Boyd Park and Utility Park Phase 2. Also, in the following steps is the procurement process. Issue contracts and add staff as appropriate to upgrade and maintain the fields. Continue to look for grants to develop more soccer fields and upgrade other parks amenities. As Marcia mentioned, it's not just the fields, but it could be the parking, restrooms, lighting, even snack shack areas. We continue working with CSW to review all park needs to ensure equitable allocation of resources. Allocate city resources to support the development of soccer fields and upgrade park amenities. And very important, continue working on a joint use agreement with West Contra Costa Unified School District, which would give us more flexibility. And engaging community members, park users, and neighborhood councils to make sure that any other needs that the community have are incorporated at the same time that we're improving and upgrading these parks. Next slide, please. Well, and now we open for questions. And LaShonda White will answer all your questions.
I'm sure she can. I would like to thank staff for all the work that you've put into this and all the work that you did so quickly. I'm really impressed with how quickly you brought this to us. So, yes, and I also want to remind staff that it is now 9:58, and if we work hard and fast, maybe we'll get out at 11 and maybe even sooner. So,
On you now.
So, I only have one quick question. I taught at Sheldon Elementary. They have a nice field there. Why was it not considered?
Sheldon Elementary, what we were doing is we were trying to look for spaces that are next to existing parks. But yes, there's Martin Luther King Elementary, there's, Helms Field, there's so many school fields that we could look at the elementary school level as well. But yeah, to answer your question, we're just trying to look for contiguous spaces.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I saw Councilmember Bonner, Councilmember Robinson, and then Vice Mayor McLaughlin, if that's fine with you. And then Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. I would like to follow up on the mayor's question about Sheldon. I believe it was not considered because it's in the unincorporated area, not the city?
No, it's in the city. I taught there.
Okay. All right. I have a question about the joint use and MOU. Who's doing this?
LaShonda, please answer all the questions.
I will.
Just
Thank
kidding.
you. So the city, community services, really recreation, has been leading the work with the school district around joint use. And I think there's kind of 5 buckets that we're working with the school district on. So the first, we do have a draft of the joint use agreement. There was one that was in existence. And all that joint use agreement really did initially was do priority of use to say, if it's a city facility, we have priority, then the district and the community. The thing that we added to it was to work with local schools to make sure they could have access to city facilities, especially city parks, that were adjacent to school sites, because a lot of school sites don't have access to green space. So we were able to work with the school district, amend that language. The other 3 buckets that we still need to work with the school district on, one is to make sure, and we've been having many conversations with them, is that there's access to existing city facilities, maybe like the one that is being discussed at Sheldon, for after or before hours, before school is open, after school is open, and on weekends. So we're working with them, and the district has generated a memo that they provided to their board saying that they are trying to work on that to understand what that looks like for them as a district, because it's not as simple as just opening a gate, because they have locked down a lot of the schools for safety reasons. And so they have to think about some things internally on the district side, but they know we're very much interested in access for our community members. Another thing we've talked to the district about is access to space for organized teams. So there are a lot of amazing fields that are already in existence, especially at our high schools around soccer fields or tennis courts, basketball courts, that they understand we would like to have access to. And so we're trying to figure out what is that mechanism, because there is a cost associated with it. It's not free. They can't give us space for free. And so they are trying to work internally to figure out what will they allow, how can we work together to reduce costs, to organize teams such as our youth soccer teams and others. And so we're trying to figure that out. The fifth bucket is what Marcia has mentioned today, is how do we develop and maintain some of those spaces, especially in District 4, for joint use. So if you've been up there, you've seen spaces, they're not developed. They are, and so there's a lot of work that would need to happen. So we are working and having conversations in between all the other things that we're trying to do as city staff with the district to make sure we are moving the joint use work forward.
Thank you. Actually, using school facilities should be free to the public because of the assessment fee we are paying.
The MRAT.
MRAT, and I don't understand why the school district is so slow. How can we push them?
We are pushing as hard and fast as we possibly can. Like I said, it's based on my conversations with them, it's not as simple as we would like for it to be, because they have to pay, because right now everything is locked up, right? Because of security, they have added gates where gates may not have existed before, and they lock schools down for safety reasons for students. And so they have to figure out a way.
It's not for safety reasons, I would like to argue, but not here, later
no.
on. But there are
my
groups
understanding for students during the school day to not have entry points into the schools,
Right.
they have added gates. And so now what that means is where some schools were open on weekends and you could easily get in, it's not as simple anymore. And so based on my understanding from district conversations, they are trying to figure out how can they give access to community members to amenities like playgrounds and tracks without giving access to the school building. So it may just be, so they have some things that they need to figure out, but I do understand from the memo that they shared that they're working on it, and they understand that there is a desire and a need, and we are constantly in their ear.
Yeah, there's a strong level of frustration among parents with that issue. They're organized, they're thinking of, lawsuit against the school district. I told them, no, LaShonda's working on it.
I'm trying. They are another jurisdiction, but we are trying. There is conversation, and I've already reached out at least to Council Liaison Trina Jackson, as well as City Clerk's office, about how do we start to get onto the books a joint meeting with the school board and the city council where this can be a topic of discussion. So we're trying to make that happen as well.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I have a question for Marcia about, you said El Sobrante has 120%. Actually, how did you calculate that? I mean, the only parks you counted are joint use?
Oh, for soccer fields. What we were looking at is, we could possibly go back to the slides, but what the population in El Sobrante Valley, I'll look at that really quickly.
And you only looked at the Richmond residents, not the entire valley, not the unincorporated area?
No, we're just looking at the city of Richmond. We didn't look at the entire county.
Right,
KCRT?
but they all use those facilities, right?
Yes, I understand. So
Slide 7 and 8, KCRT, if you
Yes,
can.
Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
if specific council members have questions, in the past, there was a request for council members wanted to be able to engage with Marcia Valier directly and with staff. So if it would be helpful, we can work with Trina and set a time for individual inquiries, if that's what the council would like.
I think that would really expedite the meeting and actually, because this seems like a back and forth questioning, so if you wouldn't mind.
Then I have two general questions, if I may. So Marcia had a plan for what to do. I wonder if there's a budget sanity check on implementing those?
Yes, so I spoke with Mayor Martinez today, and as required by the charter, I will confer with him regarding the budget before it's brought to City Council, and you may recall that we're very fortunate to have some unspent funds from last fiscal year. We still have ARPA and we have ECIA dollars. And so staff has been working really diligently to put together a crosswalk from the goals and priorities from the council, which includes these park upgrades, and also includes Daniel every day finds a new CIP project for me, as well as traffic calming requests. And so we're trying to figure out how do we put together a package that cross off a lot of the council's must-haves, and then which would be essentially your short term, and then midterm would be your would like to have, and then we'll have future, which would be long term. So we're working on that now, and our plan is to bring a draft for discussion on the 17th, come back again on the 24th, and if needed, we can roll it over till November, but we'll have a draft for discussion on the 17th.
Thank you. Last general question. Can we spend budget from crime reduction budget or children and youth department and soccer fields, sport fields?
We are trying to work collaboratively with nonprofit organizations throughout Richmond, but there are some specific requirements around procurement that we need to adhere to, and the ballot measure for Department of Children and Youth wasn't specific, for example, to support facilities, but some of the groups that are advocacy groups in different spaces, some of which may be involved with soccer, are always encouraged to apply because the Department of Children and Youth budget is in excess of $6 million this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you. So again, I also wanted to really just thank all the city staff and everybody who worked on this. I know there's always so many demands on all your time, and but this has been a pressing need. The community has really vocalized that they really want this addressed. So just really so happy that you were able to come together and come out with this really comprehensive and useful report. Saying that, I also just wanted to say, Nick, express thank you to Marcia Valier, who, if people don't know who Marcia Valier is, you should. If you care about parks and recreation in Richmond, she's been in service to Richmond even as a kind of a consultant for decades, designing parks, helping to upgrade things, helping to design Unity Park, a part of Borman Park, a part of Mira Flores, a part of many of the amazing upgrades that we've seen in public spaces in Richmond. And so I just wanted to really thank her for applying a lot of her time and energy and going above and beyond just a contract. She's not your regular contractor. So I just wanted to make sure that people understand what a asset she is and brings to the work. That said, I had a few quick questions. One comment quickly is just that it really looks like to me, this is kind of a question, that we have identified at least 3 to 5 fields, new fields that we could bring into being in the next 3 to 5 years. Is that right? Is that, given the ones that already have grant money associated with them, given the ones that have grants that we could get, and then we'll hear about in the next month, and then some of the low-hanging fruit, it looks like we could bring into being 3 to 5 new fields, at least, if not more. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what we're.
That's exciting, and that's both sizes. That's the U11 and U13, the larger and the smaller ones.
Yes.
Great. That is great news. And then kind of following after that, one of the things that I was unsure that I was seeing or not was whether or not with the fields we were including kind of co-uses like the track. One of the things that I find really successful about the Martin Luther King field is that track, because it creates, this space for people who are not, who are the parents, who are waiting for their kids who are playing a game, or partners who have people playing the game. They'll just walk the track, they'll run the track, they'll whatever. In the mornings when no one is out there, you'll see grandmas, you'll see people pushing strollers, you'll see, people out there. So just having an additional use besides field games, team games, and including tracks whenever possible. I would love to make sure. I didn't see that necessarily. And so that was my question is, wait, did you consider that? Can we consider that? How does that change the equation?
So one of the things that we can do, for instance, at Booker T, or in addition to maybe the North Richmond ball fields, we can look at those types of things. The soccer fields and sports complexes they have at De Anza, Richmond, and Kennedy are all that exact type of model, because you can do soccer, football, lacrosse, all of the different sports on that, as well as having the track. So we can do that, and we can start to look at that a little bit more, because that would address our senior population as well, which is one of our big constituents.
There's a really amazing couple of seniors, they're very senior, who come there, it looks like maybe with their older grandchild, he's like a teenager, and he works out, but he kind of watches over them as they walk around MLK Park in the morning. It's so lovely.
And that's I'm sorry, one of the things that I think is also really important is having play areas or fitness or different things like that, so that siblings or older adults or whatever can be doing something when their grandkids or whatever or kids are playing. So that was one of the things.
Yeah. Another quick question about just budgetary needs. Like, this is more a question for you, Daniel. I'm wondering, I think you probably are, because you're a fabulous public works director, but just assessing the budgetary needs of good maintenance and operations of these facilities. How are we going to make sure to include that so as we go forward, we can take care of the things that we're building? Additional fields means that we'll need additional staff, right? We will need that person who takes care of the scoreboards and make sure that they're functional or, all the other things, right? So I wonder if you can speak to that a little bit, like how are we gonna make sure that, our ongoing budgets are including enough support for these new facilities?
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson. Well, the first step is to involve the maintenance team into all the design process, because that's when they understand the scope of the project and they can provide their input. And we can identify at that stage what are going to be our needs during after all these fields are being built. So one item, for example, that Marcia has been bringing home a lot is that, hey, it's better to have turf than natural grass, and it has to do a lot of maintenance. Yes, it's more expensive, the initial cost, but long term, it requires less maintenance and allows these fields to be usable basically 12 months a year, versus a natural grass that you need to allow some breathing from the soil that would interrupt the tournaments or the leagues. So the first step is going to be involve staff and evaluate what's going to be our needs after for maintenance, not only in personnel but equipment, and then present it to you. And show what needs we're going to have and find the funding sources, of course.
Right. Thank you. And last question. Recently there was some conflicts between our Richmond football team trying to have practice in the same space as soccer fields and having the two activities really conflict. And I wondered about that, because when I thought, I don't think there's a dedicated football field in any Richmond park. And the Steelers have been with us for a very long time. My brother was on the Steelers, and he's in his 50s. And I just wondered, how you said that we would need like a half football field or something like that. And I'm kind of like, where is that? How can we make sure to keep folks that don't play soccer in our sites as we're making these plans, and making sure that we're not setting ourselves up for unnecessary conflict?
So I did hear about that from the soccer group and the football group when I talked to them. What happened, I think, was Nickel Field, which is where the football, the Steelers do a lot of practicing, and then our PAL, Richmond PAL, has shoot, I deleted those slides. Shoot, I had them in there. But basically what the deal is that field was split in half, and that's why there was that conflict. But as far as the football fields, That can be striped on one of the multipurpose fields. For instance, if you see El Cerrito High School and De Anza High School, what we did is we made sure that we had striping lines for soccer as well as football. The other thing that happens is that the recreation department schedules, and that's one thing that all of the groups were talking about, is that there's a reservation system, and at the beginning of the year, there's only a couple of fields that overlap. Booker T, Martin Luther King is another of the football fields users, and Richmond High is where the Steelers play. They're able to get Richmond High. So I don't know if that really answered your question, but
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there was just this, they seem to not have a space to practice, and they're practicing the same space as everyone else, and everyone's kind of jockeying for space.
Yeah, they
And
are.
I'm like,
Yeah.
these two sports don't go well together at the same time.
well, especially since the
So-
football group is much larger than some of the I think it was Richmond United that was able to get the reservation for the half field of Nickel Park. And so what happened is there was a conflict because there are a lot more kids and cheerleaders and parents and things like that. So I think that was just a
So I guess my question is that it feels like, to me,
Yes.
as though we have this long-running institution with cheerleaders and many, many kids who play, that we should think about making sure they have a dedicated space. And currently, I believe within Richmond Parks, there is no dedicated space
Agreed.
for them. So I just wanted to point that out,
Martin Luther
that as
King.
we're considering all these changes, to make sure to remember all the different park users, and make sure that we're creating and maintaining and holding space for others.
Yes, we can certainly make sure we add that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Your point's well taken, Councilman Robinson.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I just want to thank everybody. Thank staff, thank Marcia. Well done. This is really quite extensive and really beautiful to see. I do want to make one tiny correction in that when you were listing the districts, you had JFK Park under District 5 when it's District 3. It's kind of strange because Kennedy High on the side of, on that side is in District 5, and Kennedy Park on the other side of Cutting is in District 3. But Doria and I are, the representatives, and so we could always work together if need be on issues that intersect there. But I also want to say it's exciting that Booker T. Anderson, there may be a sports complex there and an application for a grant. I know, I think I heard you mention something about outreach to the neighborhoods, and so that'll be very important to get that outreach out there. But it's such a beautiful park, and to have it put to good use with the renovations you talk about and some new installing of multi-sport fields is going to be a great energizer for that park. So I'm excited to hear that. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is it was just yesterday, I think, that I was talking to the city manager about that joint school board meeting with city council and school board. It was something that I had on the agenda a few months back, and said in the fall it would be good to have this. Now here we are entering October, so if we can't do it, by the end of this year, certainly by early next year, whatever, works for both the city and the school district, we have to, coordinate there. But one of the agenda items that I was suggesting was to look at the joint use agreements and to upgrade them and to make them better serving of our community. And so I think this is a great outline of schools that we could establish MOUs with. So what I'm wondering is if that, some sort of a presentation as part of the joint meeting on the, the desire for these MOUs, so we can all kind of wrap our brains around it together. And that's really all I can say. I think everybody else asked some wonderful questions, and like I said, the report, the presentation was really lovely, and I'm really excited to see this happening.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, Thank you so much for the presentation, Lushanda and Daniel, for all the work, and Marcia, this is incredible, so thank you. I had some question about the budget. So I heard city manager saying that we have an excess funds or surplus of $6 million. Is that correct, or how much?
No, it's more than that. We're trying to, we'll provide, I can probably send an email this week with the breakdown to also enable us to comply with your 115 requirement and your CalPERS requirement. And then we're trying to figure out which of these projects could be unspent funds and which can be ARPA funds. And so we're engaging with the ARPA consultant because we want to make sure some of these things could be change orders to contracts that are already in progress. And we want to make sure that we don't violate the ARPA rules. So then that's why we're trying to tie it also to Daniel's, is it 53 or 54?
This point is the same.
How many?
I don't remember if it's 53 or 54.
It's either 53 or 54. So the list of projects that I already sent you. So how do we fund all of that plus this, plus other things that you've identified in terms of, we'll need to add additional staffing, like for a traffic engineer, economic development, environmental initiatives. So those will be all the things that come to you on the 17th. And I can certainly send an email, hopefully end of this week or early next week with the current update.
Thank you. And for Marcia, you mentioned you apply for some grants, but also I think like we said like from 3 to 5 fields, and there are some here with some budget attached to like Wendell Park, Shields Reed Park, and Lucas Park. I'm wondering, and it's a range. I'm wondering how much, just kind of like in terms of like how much we can put as a city, and then how much like grant could be, like what like if you see there are some grants that we apply that also meet the near term, because sometimes we apply for grants and the grants are you don't get it until like 2 or 3 years, and we want this to happen as soon as possible. So but I just want to see like what is the range of like, well, if we have this money, how much could be done, and grant application that you see in the near future. Thank you.
I know you asked for Marcia. I'm going to start, but then Marcia can add to it.
Thank
So on slides 32 and 33, where we talk about what we could implement within fiscal year 23-24 and fiscal year 24-25, between those two slides, you see 3 parks. We have Wendell, Shields Reed, and Lucas. So we gave ranges because we don't have definitive cost estimates. So for those 3 parks, along with additional community requests, maybe like tracks or other things, and soft costs for design, construction, management, et cetera, on the low end, we are looking at $7 million for those 3 plus, like I said, soft costs and additional requests. On the high end for those 3, it could be upwards of $10 million. But it just depends. Once we have to do community outreach and hear from community, get some more cost estimates. So those are the 3 parks that we think we can begin to work on within the next 2 fiscal years. On slide 31, that's where you see the 3 parks that are in the works in terms of grants. One, $4 million. Borman, we've already applied for it, received it. I think we're trying to find some additional funding to do some additional work there. And then $10 million between Boyd Park and Unity Park. And so we have not went out for grants, additional grants for Wendell. Shields Reed already has a grant, but we're asking for non-grant funds to help do the additional work to the soccer fields. And we have not went after any grants for Lucas Park thus far.
Okay.
I hope that was clear and answered your question.
No, it didn't answer.
Okay.
It answered part, but not the whole the whole thing. So I know that you will be looking at this and putting
So-
together.
So Councilmember Jimenez, so if I could just try to restate it a little bit different. So what we're wanting, based on the council direction, at this juncture, with the information we have, we think it's reasonable to assume that within fiscal year 23, 24, and 24, 25, that we can achieve and complete the projects on page 32 and 33. So that would be Wendell, Shields Reed, and Lucas Park. But the scale and the cost is going to be subject to, when we do community engagement, what people request. In addition to that, so that would be those three. Then in addition to that, on page 31, you have Borman Park, where we could also add additional money, and that could be, we could install a turf field there. So Borman Park is already in place, so that's actually, could be like a fourth. So I think that's the easiest sort of shorthand way for us to explain it right now. And I think why we want to have follow-up discussions on the 17th and the 24th is so we can get policy direction from the city council in terms of, we're basically trying to ascertain how much we're going to need in each fiscal year and do some planning. And then also thinking about the other costs that we're going to be, a lot of our estimates right now, for example, for class and comp and the new MOUs, those have been estimates. And we think finance has done a great job with those estimates, but we're going to start seeing those costs roll in. And so we're working with a lot of projections right now. And so we feel really confident that we can do 3. Optimally, we would do 4. But we want to underpromise and overachieve.
Oh. Okay, no, this is great. This is great. My last question is, when will we know if we get the money for Boyd Park and Unity Park Phase 2? You don't know?
We're looking, it was supposed to have been in September, but we're hoping this month we should hear. So everybody,
Finger
cross your
crossed.
fingers.
Okay.
And then we just need Daniel and LaShonda and myself and Marcia. We'll all just clone ourselves and we'll get like 10 done. But we're going to have to figure out how do we scale up. So a lot of the work that Marcia and Robert Stevens are doing with CSW, we're going to need them to really help us with this work. So they'll be coming back with contracts to support this work and other work in the Public Works Department to bring all the projects to fruition, as well as additional staffing.
I just want to mention, though, that every single park is different. The location, everything, right? Every single park has its limitations. And every single park also requires this community outreach process. So just if you do five projects simultaneously, you are running 5 different community outreach simultaneously. And that requires a lot of time, a lot of resources. So I just want to keep that in mind. I mean, we really are hoping that we can get these 2 grants that would secure 2 parks with funds that we can maybe think about other priorities that we have. But we will know, hopefully, this pretty soon.
Okay. Yeah, so, and I just wanted to make sure, like, we are not talking about finishing 3 or 4 parks in the next fiscal year. It's a 2 years plan, right? Or 23, 24, and 24, 26.
The current fiscal year and the next fiscal year, but it also depends on the capacity of our consultants, right? So we appreciate that Marcia and Robert have been so expeditious in working with us. They're committed to working with us, but we're also have to coordinate with their schedules.
Okay, so the current fiscal year is fiscal year
3.
20,
No, 23, 24.
23, 24, and 24, 25. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So along with cloning staff, I think we need to clone our pocketbook as well.
Hire people.
Okay, Councilmember Willis?
Try to keep this to 45 seconds. Yes, amazing presentation. Concur with everybody. I can take my answers offline. But with Wendell Park, there is already a soccer field there. There is lighting there now, but looking at some of the lighting setups that were even demonstrated makes me wonder, are we going to have to upgrade that lighting system if we're to accommodate that? The parking situation by Wendell is also something that needs to be dealt with. And at the same time, I was curious as to why the 4th Street and Barrett Park wasn't considered, or if it just was missed, but that's also a playground / field too. And I'm at 41 seconds. Thank you all. You guys are amazing.
All right, Councilmember Cepeda.
I'm going to try to beat that. So it looks like priorities are in District 1, 3, and 6. I want to make sure, see what else we can do, and we can look at, and not for these next 2 years, but just keeping in mind we have a lot of vacant properties that city owned. Can we use some of that so that we can concentrate some of these parks where the real great need is before we start looking everywhere else? Are we able to get a list of cost by parks or parks by cost? So as we're looking to prioritize, there might be some low-hanging fruits. If we have a little bit of money, maybe we move over to that side instead. And so if we can have that. Do we have a mechanism to be able to schedule or book parks? I think we were working on that, but that's going to be very important as we build more parks, that people have that access and that people don't have to fight over football, soccer, pickleball. And then the North Richmond field, I thought there was an agreement with the A's because they gave us some funding for it. So just making sure that as we proceed on there, that they are not, I mean, I know they're leaving, so they don't, who matters, but just making sure that we're not overstepping on some old agreements. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, just one quick thought, and that is, I do hear this staff saying, this a lot, and that we can't build four parks all at once. Like, that is unreasonable. I'm just wanting to say that I hear that, and for me personally, we have two dedicated soccer fields now, so an additional one would be great, and then we can keep building from there. I also just wanted to say that I do feel that we should be doing an analysis, and when you come back with the budget, recommendation, that it should consider, what's the best use of kind of surplus or general funds, and when should we be using grant funds, and when should we be using general funds and things. I tend to be of the mind that building new facilities is what a lot of state, federal grants are built around, and that if we could be building new things using their money and maintaining them properly with our money, that's like the best possible situation. Sometimes it moves a little slow, so maybe we want to do some short-term things differently, but if we could include within the budget recommendations, like kind of a general recommendations around sources of funds, because state funds, state grants, federal grants, they often don't give you any money for maintenance, and so we really just need to think about that and make sure we're using the right funds for the right things.
Yes.
Last question.
Can we have public comment? I mean, we still need public comment, and then we have comments from council. Public comments?
Yes, we don't have any in-person speakers. We do have a Zoom speaker. Just Sora, please call the speaker.
I have one speaker. I have Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, council members, mayor, and staff. I just have a question. This is directed to Councilmember Robinson. And, the community, as you well know, has been concerned for many years over the methadone clinic right next to soccer field, MLK Park. It's close proximity to Needstrom and Richmond College Prep Charter. And, back in 2018, Supervisor Joya was working with the community and trying to move the methadone clinic, and that ultimately got canceled. And he made a pledge at that time to assist in identifying an alternative location. And it's an ongoing concern from the public safety. And earlier tonight, somebody had brought up the new San Pablo regional training facility and headquarters for.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but is this about soccer fields?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
well then, can you get to the soccer field part?
So the methadone clinic is right next to that soccer field. And there's a lot of that, the MLK Park is included in this discussion. And so the question becomes, has anybody on staff or has Councilmember Robinson considered going to Supervisor Joya and seeing if he would lobby on the public safety near these parks to move that clinic and have it incorporated in the new San Pablo Police training facility, because that facility is supposed to have a component dedicated to the Contra Costa County mental health crisis programs. So from a safety perspective for our children and the adults, the grandparents with their grandson walking around that soccer field, it would be great to have this considered from a public safety perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Thank you. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. Last question. So this whole discussion about soccer fields, which is awesome, are we going to have any budget for parks too? Where, for example, District 4 does not have a single park with bathrooms or toddler area or no community park. There is no dog park. So will we be working on those in parallel to these, or we're just focusing on soccer fields now?
At this point, my charge was to look at soccer fields and placement of soccer fields. One of the things that we do is I personally just can't look at soccer when I look at a park. But there are some facilities that, and I think a long time ago, I mentioned the fact that there was the El Sobrante Park study that was done about 25 years ago. That actually still is viable today. So that would be a place to start to look at that as well. Does that answer your question?
I'm not
And
sure.
then also, so Councilmember Bonnet, their staff put a placeholder on slide 32 or 33 where we said community engagement recommendations, because we anticipate when we go out to the community, we're thinking of this as this is what's possible, but when we do community engagement, we understand that the community is going to tell us what they want. And so that we imagine that there need to be modifications, or people, we could think that, oh, it's really great to have a soccer field here. And then maybe someone says, oh, I would prefer to have baseball and basketball. I don't know, right? So we're anticipating there's going to be a lot of community engagement. And what we're going to try to do is incorporate as much of the community requests as we can. So then that's why we left an additional budgeted amount of, I think it was $500,000 to $1 million for that feedback. So that's on slide
I appreciate that
32.
and respect that. I'm not arguing that we do need these soccer fields,
Yes, additional community requests, $500,000 to $1 million on slide 32. But I think, Marcia, what would be helpful is if you can distinguish between the types of parks and then what are the amenities that are usually accompany the different types of parks, because we talked about that today when we were prepping.
Yeah, so there's a different level of service parks. There's pocket parks, or small, very small parks that are within a quarter-mile service area. Neighborhood level parks are within a half-a-mile service area, and they're intended for walking. Typically, neighborhood level parks don't have restrooms, but community parks do, because they're larger than 10 acres and they're within a mile or more. And they serve the greater community, not just the neighborhoods. And so there are some parks within the El Sobrante area, and we can review those. And they do have some tot lots, and there are a few, Hilltop Park has a tot lot. It also has some open space and fields, Rain Cloud. So there are parks. But we didn't look at those specifically because they didn't have a large enough space for soccer. But yes, there are. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get a chance to talk one-to-one before final presentation or decision, right?
I think that we're going to, in order to meet the timeline, because some of these projects are where we want to essentially potentially just do a change order. and to enable the timing that we're going to need to move on parallel paths. And I think there are enough resources, though, that if something beyond what is being discussed here is requested by the council and approved by the council, we can look at for ways to fund it.
Okay, because District 4 doesn't have any community park, which is essential for community building, for the elderly, for mental and physical health and everything. And the city and county need to collaborate, actually, to finally establish a community park. People have been asking it for many years, and we don't have anything there.
I'll defer to the mayor.
Thank you.
No, the purpose was to receive the report. We received the report. We're having comment session now. It's not a place to debate or back and forth as to what should happen. We just state what we feel that or think that our community needs, and Councilmember Bonner just did that, and
I was not debating. I was asking if
excuse
there's
me,
extra budget or
that's, that's, I don't think now's the time to discuss, I made a statement.
Okay, you're spending more time on this statement. Go ahead. You're not saving time.
I think I just want to make a comment. I think staff is bringing this because it was voted in our, as a council, we established some priorities. And this is part of the priorities. So talking about parks in general and other parks, it was like we didn't have that priority. One of the priorities was to, in the near term, to look at how to build 3 to 5 soccer fields, right? And I really like the idea that it's not just a soccer field, but it's a multi-purpose. So we are looking at not only the soccer field, but other users that we can do, because we know that the community is diverse, and some of them like soccer field and play soccer, but others like to play other sports. And having that idea is like having that as a vision and as a plan is really good. But what we are here is to receive this, because this was one thing that we approved as priorities. So I think what staff is trying to do is trying to move these priorities that we put together, that we spend a lot of time. And if we are here spending time trying to to put things that one city council wants to move, then we are not consistent with what we voted on the priorities. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Are there other comments? If not, then we'll move on to the next item, which we have 15 minutes for.
The next item is
Thank you.
W3, to receive a report from the Richmond Fire Department to reduce mandatory overtime within the next 18 months.
KCRT, can you confirm if we still have presenters online? Okay, thank you. Denmark, please come up and introduce yourself. Denmark is one of our team members in the fire department. Do you want to introduce yourself, Denmark? Yes. Member State Council. They can't hear you. Mic is on. For one, and then you have to press the red button. Hey. Chief, please come up. No, you can sit next to him. We called him up and said, because we were waiting for you to come in, and I asked him to introduce himself so the city council knows who he is.
All right. Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Denmark Marcelo. I'm the analyst for Richmond Fire.
KCRT, can you load the PowerPoint, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor and Council. Fire Chief Angel Montoya going to give a presentation on the mandatory overtime. Let me preface by saying that it has to deal with mandatory overtime, not overtime in general. So I just want to preface by stating that up front. So the mandatory overtime factors that you have there, you see there, have to do with our minimum staffing requirement. This is also referred to as constant staffing. And it's something that we don't have the luxury to work short. It's where 24 personnel are assigned per shift. There's 3 shifts, A, B, and C, and we have to maintain that staffing according to the MOU. The next item there is the absence of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Contract, also known as the ADR, also known as a carve-out program. And what that is that that was a contract that, if you recall, was signed and ratified by you, the council, in December of last year. And unfortunately, Local 188 unilaterally backed out of that contract this year, and so we no longer have it in place. The next overtime factor would be injury leaves. And injury leaves, we currently have 2 fire captains, 5 fire engineers, 1 firefighter, and the fire marshal. And the injury leaves correlate and go hand in hand with the not having a ADR contract. And then we have, of course, our vacancies. And right now in the fire department, we have 12 sworn vacant positions. We have 1 captain, 4 fire engineers, 4 firefighters, and 3 inspectors. And those are our vacancies current in the fire department. And then the next item is the National Fire Protection Association, which we also refer to as NFPA. And that's the standard of the Rapid Intervention Crew. And what a Rapid Intervention Crew is, it's a law, it's a national standard that all fire departments have to abide to. And that is a safety system to protect firefighters, known as the Rapid Intervention Crew. We refer to it as a RIC, and that is where 2 or more firefighters enter a building, and at least 2 or more remain outside near the entrance, fully equipped and ready to help in case of an emergency. And again, this is a national standard that all fire departments have to abide to. Next slide, please. So what you see here is the mandatory overtime trend, and that is from the 22-23 fiscal to present. And that's why you see all of the pay periods up to 12, and then, of course, the 3 that we are into now. Some of the pay periods I'd like to point out is period 3, and that is where we have aggressively maintained our acting list of fire engineer and fire captain. And you'll see that that overtime during that period was reduced. The overtime, the mandatory overtime, was reduced during that time. And that was because of our acting lists that we maintain. And then it stayed pretty consistent up until period 7. And at that time, we saw an increase in overtime, mandatory overtime. And that corresponds to our firefighters taking vacation, using their comp time during the holiday season of December and January. I guess it's not like the old days when I used to take vacation in the summers. Now they do it during this time. And then we have period 9, which you should note also. And that's where we can show that our captain overtime decreased. And that was because we promoted into those positions. So we had captains that were promoted, or excuse me, engineers and firefighters that were promoted into the captain's position. And that's why you see that drop during that time. And then period 9 through 12, the increase in mandatory overtime was due to, it all goes back to our injury leaves and our vacancies, because you saw now the increase, that number of injury fluctuated during these periods, but on average, there were 5 fire engineers on injury leave, 3 firefighters, and there were also, with the vacancies, this contributed to that. So in total, we had 7 firefighters and 9 total of fire engineers. And then we get into the period that we currently are in now, the new fiscal, and you'll see that 1, 2, 3 periods, and that mandatory actually decreased for firefighters. And the reason it decreased was because we conducted an academy where we graduated 5 firefighters, and that's why you see a dramatic drop in that firefighter overtime, because now we have those individuals that are able to work that mandatory overtime. And we started off with 9 firefighter trainees. Unfortunately, only 5 finished the training. But right now, and I'll get to that later, we are in the process of starting that all over again, or we already have started it. Next slide, please. So then now the proposed resolutions that we have here before you, and it's pretty basic and in line with what we've already discussed, and that is to fill our vacancies as soon as possible. And this is something that we're working diligently and attentively with HR to do that. And I'd like to commend our HR director, Sharon Taylor, who has been very gracious with us, very attentive, because she has a lot of things that she has to do, but she's been very attentive to the fire department and working with us to fill these vacancies as soon as possible, which I'll get into in a little bit of the exams that we're conducting. And of course, the support of my boss, the city manager, to get this fast-tracked as fast as we can. The other is the shift balancing. That's a proposed resolution, and let me preface this one by saying that there's a process that has to take place for us to implement this. But shift balancing, basically, the best basic way I could explain this is that there's 3 shifts, A, B, C. And this is not what's currently occurring in the fire department. I'm just giving you an example. Let's say we have 4 fire engineers vacancies on the A shift. If we implement shift balancing, what we'll do is that on the B and C, there's only 1 vacancy on the B shift of a fire engineer and 0 on the C shift. So we will take firefighters from those 2 shifts and put 2 firefighters or engineers into the A shift where the vacancy void is. So that's shift balancing. This really comes into play with our certified list, because in our certified list, it's more of a conclusive movement to do that. And the fact that what we discovered, or what Denmark discovered, that's why he's such an asset to the fire administration, is that for the preparation of this report, we discovered that a lot of our acting engineers on the acting list are on the same shift that the vacancies are on. So it's a moot point. We can't use them. They're on the same shift. So this is where this comes into play, where we're able to move these individuals around to accommodate that vacancy or that void. And then the next one is actively maintaining our acting certification list, which we aggressively do. We're already planning to do this for the promotions that we have upcoming, so that those lists are constantly maintained, because the acting certification lists really assist us in part of our resolutions to maintain this mandatory overtime. And then the last one there is the monthly overtime tracking. And we're able to do that now in real time, or Denmark does for us, where we track the mandatory overtime in real time so that we can make the appropriate adjustments. So these are the proposed resolutions that you have before you. Next slide, please. So now what we'll get into is the promotional and recruitment efforts. And what you'll see in the first column there, the light kind of messes with my copy, but let me see. Fire engineer, to the left there, we conducted a workshop in May. We then gave the exam in July. The practical assessment, which is what the engineers do they do a driving course, they pump out a hydrant, they do hose lays that they have to pump certain pressures at. That was conducted in last month on the 15th. And all we're doing now is waiting for our vendor, CPS, to give us the official scores and the certified list so that we can promote from those. Next over is the fire inspector. On this one, unfortunately, we gave the exam on September the 1st, and unfortunately, nobody passed it. So we have a pretty good idea as to what occurred, and that's currently being investigated so that we can prevent that in the future. But nevertheless, the job announcement, it was my understanding it was going to go out yesterday. I was told today that it hadn't gone out or hasn't, but we want to get that out as soon as possible because the written exam, the second one, is on the 26th of this month, and then the practical assessment will be on November the 11th. And then we move over to the last column there, and you'll see the firefighter trainee. Everything has been done there. The interviews that I conduct with the candidates, we're going to move what we understand right now, 16 candidates through the process. And then right now, I wasn't really paying attention as to whether the Gumshoe Group contract was approved, and I just can't get over that name, but the Gumshoe Group, if it did go through tonight, I hope it did. If it did, thank you. And we now go into the medical exam and the background checks, and unfortunately, that can take a little while. So right now, we're looking at 60 days for that to be completed. And the earliest, realistically, that we can do another fire academy would be middle to late December, with a graduation date of April, early May of next year. So that's when we'll see, again, like we did this year, the significant drop of overtime in the firefighter rank. And I believe that is it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So we have 3 minutes, so we need to...
I'll make a motion to extend to the end of the presentation.
Okay. We have a motion to extend to the end of the presentation. Do we have a second?
No, the item. The item.
The item.
I second that.
Okay. And there's a second to extend to the end of the item. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay. So Councilmember Jimenez and then Councilmember Bonner.
Good evening, Denmark. Nice to meet you.
He's a superstar.
Thank you for the presentation. I have couple of questions. The first one is how many vacancies are in the department right now?
We have 12.
12 of what? Firefighters?
We have 1 captain,
1 captain?
4 engineers,
4 engineers?
4 firefighters,
4 firefighters?
and 3 inspectors.
3 inspectors. So how many overtime hours a month that equate to have these vacancies?
Overtime hours for fiscal year 22-23 was, do we have that there? Yeah, that's all we're talking about. So 22-23, the total of mandatory hours was 29,698.33.
I am talking about with the vacancies that we currently have right now, how many overtime hours a month does equate to?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So we have we have in the department 12 vacancies.
Yes.
And I want to know, due to these vacancies, how much mandatory overtime that equate to?
Well, just like what I just told you. And with the vacancies, keep in mind that I told you we have 3 inspectors. 3 inspectors do not work in the field or mandatory.
Okay, yeah, so this is like, my question is, so you say that with these vacancies that we have, we had how many hours?
29,698.33 total hours. And that's fire operations personnel.
Okay, so you mentioned in the agenda report that is a lot of the overtime or mandatory overtime is due to that we don't have in place the ADR. So the ADR was in place for over 5 years and ended in May 24th, something like that. How many claims have been filed since May of this year?
I don't have that information. I'd have to contact risk management for
Well,
that.
I think like if we don't have that information and we are making claims that the main reason why we had this mandatory overtime is due to the ADR, it's a little problematic to hear that. So I will, like, this is why I think like we had been talking about this, and I asked you for data on May 3rd. I asked you data that I would love to have the different costs of mandatory overtime of the past 3 years to be able to compare if actually the ADR had been the cause of mandatory overtime. And I haven't had that. So I wonder if, Denmark, had you been able to do that comparison or to gather that data? And because it will be great for us to know what are the top 3 causes of overtime during like the 3-year period.
Well, I can answer that as the top
Okay.
3 causes. It's the vacation time,
Vacation
the injury
time.
time, and the sick time. Those are the top 3.
Okay. And can we say, like, what I hear is that there has been a lot of mandatory overtime, and one of the things that I've been hearing is, well, people are working a lot of hours, so they get injured because it's just a cycle, right? They get injured, or of course, they are people on vacation and we don't have, we are not filling the vacancies. So that is another thing that caused that mandatory overtime. So can we say that it's not just that ADR, but that we need to fill the vacancies?
Well, we did say that.
Okay. So it's not just the ADR, because it's just like, for me, sometimes it feels like we are putting the blame to not have the ADR, and this is the major cause of this mandatory overtime, when actually what we need to do is to fill the vacancies. So my last question to you is, you mentioned that you have a plan to have another academy. But they are different academies. So, like the academy that you are talking about versus the lateral academy, how long each of these take? Like how much time each of these take?
Each of what academies? I'm not sure.
The academy that you are talking about versus
10 weeks.
the
10 weeks. 10 weeks.
10 weeks. And lateral, or is the same?
And what?
Lateral or lateral.
We don't have a lateral academy.
Yeah, so how long it takes a lateral?
During my tenure here, we've never done a lateral.
No, I'm just asking, you haven't, like, I am just asking what will be like the time that a normal lateral.
We'd have to research that your question and to determine how long a lateral academy would be.
Because I am hearing that it will take like half of the time of the other one. So I'm wondering if you are considering that just to speed the process as well.
Well, we could, but one of the understandings that I had when I first became fire chief here is to um, um, allow the system to recruit firefighters, in particularly from this area, from Richmond, and laterals would be coming from other departments. And yeah, we can do that, but it was my understanding when I first, in the instruction that I received, was that wasn't an option. And in terms of the ADR, one of the things that we have to be mindful of is that when the ADR was working, when it was originally signed in 2016, in 2019, our injury rate went down below 11%. And in 2020, and this again was before my time, the increase went up into close to 30, 33, 35%. Those matrices we've already been determined, and they've been brought to this council when I first got here in 2021. So that clearly indicates that the ADR was in function, that the injury rates did drop. And I think it's important to understand, and why we put so much emphasis on the ADR contract is because right now, we have no mechanism of returning our firefighters after they've been injured in a timely fashion. Currently, all our firefighters, if a firefighter were to get injured tonight, he or she would need to go down the statutory system, the state system, and wait in line with everybody else. And most of the firefighters that are injured right now in the state system, and not only with our department, but with other departments, they usually obtain an attorney, which causes further delays with our third-party administrator. Because now that third-party administrator cannot talk to the employee directly. They have to go through the attorney.
Yeah, and I think like...
So what I'm saying is that's why I just want to explain to you why we put so much emphasis on the ADR contract, because we had it. We don't have it anymore. Therefore, we have to make up that difference in that gap. And so these are the other resolutions that I stated to you tonight.
So, but did you answer my question about how many claims have been filed since May of this year?
Yes, I did.
You say no?
I said
you
that
don't know.
We don't have that information.
You don't have that. So I think like this is again with data we can make sure that these claims are real. And I will say one thing is Local 188 were advocating for the ADR. They were the ones who brought it here. They were the ones who were telling us not to, when last administration wanted to get rid of the ADR, they were the ones who said like, no, we need it, we need it. It got to a point where it wasn't working for them, it wasn't working for the city. So that was the part that kind of like ended that. So no, we don't need to blame anybody, but it's just the fact that it didn't work. So for me, one thing is that if we don't have the data, then we cannot have these claims about whether the ADR is working or not. So I will love to have that data, and I will love to have the 3-year data that I asked on May 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you. You've used your time up. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you for the presentation, and also I just wanted to thank you for the first fire danger sign we got.
I know it. We're happy about that.
The first in the city of Richmond. Very exciting.
I wanted to put my picture on there, but they didn't let me.
I've been receiving text messages and emails from residents. It's here. They're very happy. So some quick questions I have for you about fire inspector and fire engineer.
Yes.
So fire academy starts with regular people, and after 10 weeks, if they pass the exam, they become firefighters. Or what is the starting point for fire inspectors and fire engineers?
Starting point for a fire engineer is a firefighter. They're firefighters. Then they take the fire engineer exam. And for fire inspectors, we actually have some pre-courses that they go through. and then that prepares them to
I'm sorry, who goes through? The fire engineer or firefighter?
firefighters.
Okay,
Or it can be an engineer.
okay.
Or it could even be a captain. So it's unique here. That's not usually with all departments, but it is unique here in that setting where they're all available, that's available to them. Even realistically, a battalion chief right now could take the fire inspector exam if he qualifies for it. So it's really open to everybody. But to answer your question, Councilmember Bana, that is something that you can do in all these ranks, and there's courses that we send the interested individuals to, and then they take the exam, and then if they're successful, they become a fire inspector after that point.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure if fire inspector has to start as a firefighter. The other question I have, you mentioned that you're trying to hire people from the city of Richmond, which I think is great, because imagine if a major earthquake happens, we would like to have our emergency responders in the area. Do you have any data on what percentage of our firefighters actually reside within like Contra Costa County or within 10 miles from Richmond?
You know, it's all over the map. I mean, there's individuals that live all over. I don't have that figure. Of course, it's something that we could do if you'd like, assess that and determine, you know, how many people that we have that live a certain amount of distance. But, you know, unfortunately, we don't have a residence requirement. You know,
I understand we cannot have a requirement, but maybe
Yeah.
we can have encouragement or incentives.
Sure, sure.
And last question is about the Youth Academy. Well, what are the chances of youth? And by the way, I like the program. I've seen them at Cinco de Mayo, at the evacuation drill, other places. Wonderful young people. Are they being trained and encouraged to attend the fire academy, or is just something on the side?
No, they're encouraged to do that. In fact, one of our candidates, unfortunately, wasn't successful last time, but he's going to go through this upcoming academy, is from the city of Richmond. And he was in the youth academy. And it's something that, I mean, he tells a great story of him being a young man with his little brother and how the Richmond Promise helped him get to school and go through college. It's a great story that he has. And it really shows that, you know, through the youth academy and then seeing that him become a firefighter shows that the system and the availability of resources to that individual put him in that position. You know, that's something that even one of our BCs, and I think pretty much everybody knows him, Chief Rincon is a product of that. So
Awesome.
It's great to see that.
So I hope as you fill the vacancies, we can increase the number of the youth enrolled in Youth Academy.
Yes.
That's an excellent program. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Robinson.
Hey, thank you for this. I'm happy that plan is in the works. It's really clear to me how your plan addresses filling the vacancies, the 4 firefighter vacancies. You have a academy. You know, hopefully at least 4 of them graduate and those get filled. It's a little less clear to me on what the plan is for the inspectors and engineers, given that the last inspector exam, no one passed. And so can you say a little bit more about how you plan to fill those 3 vacant inspectors? Is there another exam planned? Are you going to address the issues how are you going to address the issues that no one passed?
Right, no. I went over that, but I can surely go over that again. Let me just refer to my notes on the engineer. So the job announcement for the fire inspector was supposed to have gone out yesterday, and it was told
Chief,
today.
if I may, so I conferred with Nikki, it'll be posted tomorrow.
Okay.
So there you go. So it'll be posted tomorrow, and then we have the exam on the 26th of this month. and then they actually do a practical assessment. So that's run by our deputy fire marshal, and this is similar to what an engineer goes through, but I've taken the engineer's test. It's not as stressful as the engineer's test, but nevertheless, they will have to take that, and that's scheduled for November the 11th.
Are you talking about engineers or inspectors?
Inspectors, I'm sorry.
Inspectors, yeah.
Inspectors.
Okay. And is there any support for folks who are wanting to take this exam? Because you said that no one passed this past time, and I'm wondering if there's something that could be put in place to help more people pass.
Yes, and those were what the question that I believe Councilmember Bona asked, and that is we have courses and we have specialized courses that we send the interested candidates to, and that was conducted this year. I don't recall when that was, but the interested personnel were able to attend that, and that's in preparation for them taking the exam.
I guess what I'm not understanding is that, yeah, that happened earlier this year, but everyone who took the exam didn't pass, correct?
Yes, and like I had said, I'm not at liberty to state because that's under investigation. We have a pretty good idea of what occurred, but like I said, I'm not at liberty to say the details of that because the investigation is pending right now.
So for me, I feel like I'd really love to see a stronger plan to address filling the vacancies in the inspectors to really understand what's happening there.
Sure, I agree.
You know, in terms of the engineers, is there a similar? It seems to be a similar pathway where there's an exam, and are there also classes or things
Yes,
that engineers can take?
and like you see in the last slide, when we talked about the engineers, one of the items we had up there was the fire engineer workshop.
Yeah.
And those are workshops that are given to the candidates that are interested in taking the exam. And then we move on to the actual written exam and then the practical exam.
So when is the next exam, and then when is the next workshop, and when is the next, when are these things happening?
This one already happened, and we're just waiting for the list from our vendor CPS. And once we get that list, which should be very shortly, we plan to promote it. As far as the next exam, engineer's exam, we haven't planned that because we haven't even finished the one that we're currently in.
So I guess I'm still not quite understanding. So we finished the workshop, and you're
Yes.
waiting for the results of the workshop. Is that
No,
right?
no, no. We finished the workshop. We finished the written exam. That was in July.
Okay.
And then we did the practical assessment. That was on the 15th, like I had stated last month. And now we're just waiting for the vendor to give us, CPS, to give us the certified list so that we can promote off that list.
Oh, okay, okay. And do you know how many people went through that process? How many?
We had 6 individuals, and we don't know if they were all successful.
Yeah. And when do you think you'll get those results?
We're hoping this week.
This week.
Yeah.
Awesome. So that's pretty clear. So here's the other concern I have, is that it seems to me, if I'm understanding things correctly, that in order to fill the positions of inspectors and engineers, you pull from the firefighters because people
Yes.
start as firefighters.
That's correct.
So it actually creates new vacancies.
Yes, it does.
So how are we addressing the short-term predicted? Because if you get these results next week and you promote folks to engineers, that's going to be for additional vacancies in firefighting, right, in the near term. And we don't expect any new firefighters at least until April after those are done. So that's going to create a near-term need for more mandatory overtime, correct? And
Yes.
I'm wondering, what's your plan to address that near-term need for mandatory overtime?
And that's where, and you're very correct and accurate in that assessment. And I commend you for that because a lot of people can't follow that. And so, but to answer your question, the way we would do that is we would sit down and look at fiscally how that's going to impact us. And one of the options is, realistically, is to not promote everybody because we're robbing from Peter to pay Paul. And so that's something that we have to assess when we get that list and project realistically, once we find out when this academy is going to be for sure, when they're going to finish, and project that out to play that out. And then the other side of that coin, it's a double-edged sword, because then now you're keeping vacant positions like the engineer or even a captain, where they're paid at a higher rate. So then now that's where we have to put it all together and do the math and determine, well, even if we promote, it's less of a rate that we would have to pay firefighters than we would have to pay because we're paying engineers more. So all this comes into play, and it's a moving target. It's a dynamic matrix. And so that's where we would have to look at all this. And to answer your question, that's the best we could do. And we did that last time because we projected when this was coming up. And so this time it's a little different because we don't know those dates yet for the academy. And then we have to look at how many engineers passed. Or firefighters passed the engineer's exam. So all this comes into play. And the best answer I could do, we would sit down, map all that out, get that projected, and then that's when I have a discussion with my boss and let her know this is what the best option that we could go with at this time.
I have two more questions, and I thank you for that. And I still, I feel like I'm worried that we're going to get to April and we will still have elevated mandatory overtime because of this creation of vacancies from promotions. Even if you don't promote, there'll still be gaps, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder if you have considered the work down proposal that was sent to the city council by Local 188 to kind of take the near-term pressure off by having folks work down. Have you considered that? Is that something that could help with the near-term pressure?
Yes, I have considered, but here's the thing with that. There's a meet and confer process, and I've never received a written request to discuss that. I've heard that from other people. But per the labor law, 3505, that request needs to be in writing to the fire chief. And I've never seen it. But to answer your question, it is perplexing to me that the proposal, and I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it, and again from you tonight, where it makes no sense to me as a fire chief for the proposal that, that what they're proposing, Local 188, to use captains and engineers to work in a firefighter rank when the most depleted rank is the engineers. So why would I take engineers to work as firefighters to work down when the engineer rank is the most depleted? And that's the danger of a meet and confer with somebody or sources that aren't intimately aware of that fact. I know I am. So that's where that proposal makes no sense to me. We could use captains, but engineers, why would we deplete a rank that's already depleted?
I'm not sure the proposal said any particular group. It just was.
That's what I've heard.
I mean, I'm sure there was details, but we didn't get the details of it.
Yeah, I think we can follow up on that. I think Councilmember Robinson, your point is well taken, and the chief's point as well. To me, as a city manager, the thing that I've been trying to work on with HR to provide more support to the fire department unilaterally is if we have this academy and then we open it up to everyone who is eligible, which is currently 16, that is not something that we've done before. Normally, you would have a smaller group. So we're trying to start with a larger pool. We're trying to work with the chief and to work with the bargaining units to make sure that the requirements that are set forth are, to the degree feasible, more in alignment with the state standards, because there might be some areas where maybe in the past we tested a certain way, and maybe we can hopefully try to test to the state standard, and that would hopefully enable more people to apply that are comply and finish the course for the academy. Like, we want to try to hopefully get all 16 people, right? Like, the goal is not to only get 4 out of 16. We want to try to get the 16 folks, to be able to pass, because the larger group of academy that graduates, then that's going to provide the most support to the fire department, and that'll enable the maximum amount of promotions. So that's what, like, just if I were to try to convey to the public, we're trying to have a strong academy this time that has reasonable expectations, that can provide good public safety, and then that will, by April, that we should see some significant relief in combination with going through the official processes regarding the work down proposal. Those two things, I think, are the two ways that we can.
So you feel like a work down proposal might
I think
be
that we
helpful
should,
in the
I
mix.
think that it's important when people have ideas, even if we don't immediately understand how they're coming to fruition or what the exact desired outcome is, that it's important that we just work as a team. We have to follow the appropriate law, but we have to work as a team, because to me it is, personally, I do feel bad for people that are being required this much mandatory overtime. And so I want to make sure that even if there are some concerns, that we still listen to their ideas, because maybe, maybe the chief saying maybe not engineers, maybe we can use a different rank, and then that would enable people to have time to spend with their families, and that's similarly what has happened in the police department.
Right. So just last thought is that I feel like I'm happy that we're getting a larger academy. That looks like a great idea, and hopefully it will, fingers crossed, more people in. But I do feel like I'm seeing a clear prediction for increased mandatory overtime in the near term, which is not going to provide the relief that people need. And so that really worries me, considering what I've been hearing from folks in the field. And I don't think it's acceptable. I think we need to work a little harder to come to a better solution, where if we know there's a predicted thing that's coming that's going to hit people even harder in a hard situation that's been going on for a very long time, that we need to work a little harder to come up with a better answer for that.
I agree. At this juncture, this will be the second academy in 1 year, and I've never known there to be this many, 2 academies in a year. And so we're doing what we can to provide support to the department. And I think if people have other creative ideas, like you were mentioning, laterals or other things that people may be open to, we're amenable to receiving suggestions and implementing them.
Thank you.
And I think too, just to end with that, is that there's processes in place that have to be followed for those discussions to take place. So I think that's something that everybody should be aware of. And then also too, one of the things in our last academy, one of the attorneys had some concerns of the last academy. And so I have a meeting with her because I'm always open to how we can better do business. And so I'm looking forward to that meeting and implement what she suggests for our next academy, because especially if there's legal concerns, but I don't know that. I'm going to have that meeting with her and make the appropriate adjustments after my meeting with her.
It's really important at this time that we really be the leaders that we all need, and make sure that we're talking and meeting with people and making sure that these things are being resolved and not being dragged out over more and more time.
That's fair.
Councilmember Willis.
No, yeah, thank you for the presentation. I will keep it brief because of the hour. The questions that really came to mind for me is just the, what Councilmember Robinson touched on was just the timeline on getting more recruits in. And also, I'm very curious as to if the council can be informed of the results of that investigation on what happened with the last academy whenever those comes out, because I'm curious in troubleshooting that and making sure that whatever recruits we're looking at, we're actually setting them up for success and not failure. And to wrap up, I just wanted to also emphasize that when I'm thinking about the mandatory overtime, I'm also just not thinking about it from a fiscal perspective. I'm thinking about it from that this is a person with a life and a family, and if they're staying at the city for too long, that's going to impact morale and how they show up to the job too. So really addressing that for me as soon as possible, whatever creative ideas there are for me, we needed to solve it yesterday, and I understand our process is in place, but also there's just that real human impact that I can't shake when I do hear feedback from how that impact is shaping up in people's individual lives. So I did really just want to uplift and raise that up.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. We need to suspend rules.
I move to suspend the rules and finish this item.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a move to suspend rules by Jimenez and a second by Vice Mayor McLaughlin. Roll call?
Councilmember Banna?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And I was actually wrapped up at that point anyway, so go ahead and move on.
Okay, well,
To Mayor, if I may, to Councilmember Willis's point, we do have active engagement happening from the HR department in combination with fire leadership and command staff to provide additional support. And we'll be sharing that information in the coming weeks in terms of things that we think will help them given and support things that they've been requesting at the stations.
Did I answer,
All right.
did you have any questions, Councilmember Willis?
Oh, I mean, those were the questions I had. If you had a
Okay.
response to those, feel free to answer them, but I just wanted to get those out there because of the lateness of the hour.
You got it. You're welcome.
all right, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
I have a couple of questions on the presentation itself, the layout. Maybe I missed something, but on the slide with the graph, what is a period? Are we looking at a month? Is that a year?
It's actually 2 months. It's from the 16th of one month into the 15th of the following month.
So I'm sorry, so the 16th
Of
through?
1 month, any particular month, to the 16th of the following month, or the 15th of the following month.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure what that was, trying
Yeah.
to understand it. And then the mandatory overtime trend, you've got here period 12, it's about 2,700 hours. Is there a differentiator between regular overtime and then the mandatory overtime?
Yes.
And do we have any data for that as well?
We have it, but we don't have it here with us tonight. Because again, this was and I had prefaced that at the beginning of the presentation, we're talking about mandatory overtime.
But I think we also need to consider the regular overtime, right? Because that, I'm thinking, is an opportunity to learn of what is happening, what's causing regular overtime, and then the other one just turbocharges that and puts us into a whole new level. So I think if we learn what the regular overtime, I'm assuming it's vacation and sick.
Vacation and injury.
So vacation and injury.
Yes.
So then sick
Is the third.
is the third, and so whenever we have sick, then that kicks in the mandatory?
Well, not really. Mandatory is when we don't have that goes back to the minimum staffing, the constant staffing per the MOU. We cannot drop under that number of 24. That has to be maintained every shift, every day. And so with that, it's a dynamic number. And one of the things that I think everybody needs to understand, there's no department that I know of that eliminates mandatory overtime. They're just called something different. That's because of the constant staffing that fire departments that do have that, it's impossible. That's why the name of this presentation was Mandatory Overtime Reduction Plan. It's not an elimination. And I apologize that I wasn't clear at the beginning, because we will never get rid of mandatory overtime with constant staffing. Neither has any other fire department that I know of.
Thank you. Now, in regards to the vacancies, I know that we're working on a plan, but some of these vacancies are due to retiring as well,
Yes.
right? How much of a lead time do we get to know when someone's retiring?
You know, that's a moving target too. And I'll give you an example. During my tenure here, we had an individual that actually retired. And I'm not too familiar with PERS because where I come from, LA County is so big that we had its own retirement plan, La Serra. And so, but with La Serra and with PERS, that individual, there's a period there that they can change their mind. Well, he did. And so he came back. And so that's a very dangerous venture because that happens. And where I come from, there's now charter law that prevents that from going on until that person has walked away. Because where I come from, the vacancy behind that individual was actually filled. And that was against the county charter.
So I guess
So I'm saying all that to say this, that we can look into that, but that's something that is jurisdictional to HR, and they're looking into that, to look into that.
Councilmember, if I may, Chief, Councilmember Zepeda, what we're trying to do is if we see that there's people out for an extended period of time, like in inspectors, right? So we backfilled and we added 2 more as temporaries because we had a couple of 4850s, right? So as things are happening in real time, we're trying to make adjustments and bring those updates to the council with changes to position control to enable the chief to start backfilling, right? So sometimes we'll have people that are out on 4850, and unless there's something brought to the council to augment position control, the chief wouldn't be able to make those changes. So I'm saying that we've been proactive with the inspector positions, and we'll continue to look at positions where there are long-term 4850s to see if we need to continue to augment and ask the council to approve additional headcount.
Thank you. I'll get back to the injury ones, but continuing on the retirees, I feel like there's an opportunity there to plan ahead, and maybe one in every 10 years or so, somebody might say, well, just kidding, I don't want to retire yet. But I feel like there's an opportunity to plan, right? And I'm thinking that people, when they're getting ready to retire, they're going to let everybody know, right? I'm going to be retiring soon. And I think that at that moment is when we should start looking about how do we backfill these positions, not after, because after, then we're now into mandatory overtime. Right after, it's already a little bit too late. So I want to see how much data we can start accumulating for the past couple of years, even prior to you. I don't know how much data we have to learn a trend, because there's got to be a trend there somewhere that we can follow. And then once we learn that trend, we can then get in front of it. We can get trend based on retirees. We're not going to get a lot of trend based on sick. I mean, with COVID, that's even another variable. We might be able to get a trend on vacation. I think we can plan vacation. Vacancies themselves, if people are leaving, we've got to figure out why are they leaving, and again, can we get other trend in there? Because I feel like that's the number one. If I heard you correctly, vacancies is the number one reason why we're in mandatory overtime. So we got to really get in front of it, and I know that you're working on a plan, but I would love to get more of that nitty-gritty of how are we getting in front of the knowns that we have now. You mentioned Peter to pay Paul, but I go into statistically how many people are graduating, how many people are we promoting? Because if we see that shift, then we don't have to steal from anybody else, right? If we know that we're going to move 4 people over to the next position, we should already be backfilling. And we might not know how many people are going to graduate because this last academy, it sounds like nobody graduated, but we go back to statistics.
We had
or nobody
5 people.
passed the test, something or other there. The written exam, right? Something or other.
What written exam are you referring to?
Was it the inspector? I might not be getting the right terminology here, but you said that 3 people didn't pass, so we had nobody ever to move over. The point is, when they graduate or as we're promoting, if we get statistics, usually we promote or graduate 4 people. We should be ready to backfill 4 people in the position before. right? And maybe this next year, instead of 4, we only do 3, but we should still be planning for 4. If we can just start planning ahead, because I'd rather us pay for someone additional than for us to pay for 20 people mandatory overtime. Right? I just want to continue on that in there. How many people do we have in injury leave right now?
On injury leave, we have, where's that number, Denmark? We have a total of 9.
There is 9, thank you. And are we also taking into account when they're supposed to be coming back? Approximately?
Well, that goes back to the third party.
So if I may, Chief, so Councilmember Zepeda, part of the challenge is we don't know when people are coming back, and we don't know if people are going to retire after maybe something is approved that they have and they're seeking to retire with a disability. And so those things are very complex and very nuanced, and we have to be very thoughtful about privacy. And we have to be very thoughtful about how we discuss these things in public, and because it's okay that people get injured at work. And so we have to protect their privacy, and we have to ensure that they get the services that they need. But that's why it's a little bit more nuanced and somewhat difficult to project, is because we don't know what may be approved and what the timeline for the approval may be. And so there are some factors that are unknown. And so to your point, I think the desired outcome is to make the academy bigger. So then, and plan another one after this one that's currently in motion. Subsequent to that in 2024, we may need to do another one, soon thereafter. And that would hopefully within 2024 get us to a point where we're seeing some significant relief.
Thank you. Now, the vacancies right now, we have 12, so that's 12 plus 9. The 12, I'm assuming, are completely left the department. And the 9 are just injuries that maybe not, might not be coming back?
Well, like the city manager alluded to, we don't know that.
Sorry about that. But
Mayor, are you telling us our time has expired?
I guess you know that your time is up.
I've never reached that before.
I know.
A lot of questions, but I didn't hear his answer. Can I just hear it?
Yes.
Sorry.
Your time's up, his isn't.
Perfect. Keep talking.
I don't sure I remembered your question.
Might have me ask.
After public comment.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I have a couple of questions sort of along the line of the issue of the inspectors or those who took the inspection test not passing it. So looking at this chart here with the red bars, I see how for engineers, there is a fire engineer workshop. I don't see a workshop under fire inspector. Is that something you would like to, or you could establish?
Yes, we could. And like I had stated earlier, is that we have courses that interested individuals that a fire inspector position go to before taking the exam. So it's similar to a workshop, but to be on point with you and your suggestion, it's an option that we could absolutely do.
I'm just thinking maybe, I don't know if these courses are actually with an instructor or if they're online or, but something with some interactive quality to it. So the trainee is actually getting to ask questions or reviewed with an instructor or tutor of some sort. So I don't know if the workshop is better than the courses, but it's something that I noticed you had in one category but not in the other. And so that's something to consider. The other question I have is you talked about we're waiting for the inspection or the investigation results. I thought you were talking, and maybe I misunderstood, but are you talking about the investigation results from the test?
No, no.
What are you talking about?
Chief, is this an appropriate conversation to be having in an open session?
No. And that's what I had alluded to earlier, Councilmember McLaughlin. That investigation is pending, and I don't have the liberty
No,
to
I don't
stay.
want to, okay, if it's something confidential, I don't want to. So I just thought, is there a way, if it's not through, if this investigation was referring to something else, is there a way to figure out where the gaps in the learning was? Like what questions did they falter on, the majority of them, so what are the gaps, oh, well, they didn't get this part very well, so you could stress them perhaps with the next set of test takers.
And that has already taken place with the vendor.
Okay.
That's where our subject matter expert, which is the Deputy Fire Marshal, has conducted that process with the vendor already.
And you said are there some temporary inspectors or some recent new hires? Or hasn't there been any new hires
No,
recently?
no.
Okay,
no.
I do want to encourage that process because I know the fire marshal has personally engaged with me about that need. So whatever you can do to help the test taking so that they can move on to the next stage is really, really important. So that's really all I have. I do appreciate all the council members' questions and responses, Chief. So thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a quick question?
Actually, I'm going to go to, everyone's had a chance to speak. I want the public speakers. And then you're going to have time to make comments. You can ask questions then. Since everyone was actually making comments during questions, you can make questions during comments.
And we do not have any public speakers.
No public speakers. Okay. In that case, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Last question, very quickly. One of the inspectors coming on board hopefully would be for the WUI area, Wildland Urban Interface.
He told you what again, Councilmember?
I'm wondering if you're going to hire 3 inspectors, have 3 more new inspectors. Are you planning to dedicate one of the inspectors to the Wildland Urban Interface, the very wildfire area?
No, that's something that I'm not aware of, that discussion with. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maybe we need to talk about it later on.
Sure.
But it's midnight, not now. Thank you.
13 minutes till.
We are
All right.
Cinderella's tonight.
Are you done?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, so just a quick comment. I do appreciate bringing this forward and that we got it on the agenda. I feel a little underwhelmed by the content of the report. I feel like I'm not seeing the numbers. I'm not seeing a clear pathway to resolve the problem. I'm not seeing dates. I'm not seeing when the next exams are going to be. It's not provided here in the plan. It seems like the plan is bare bones, and it doesn't actually lead to where we're trying to get. It's not even mapped over an 18-month period. I would really like to see a revision of this plan with the detail included that shows exactly how we're going to resolve the things that we can control. We can't control everything, but there are certain things that we can at least attempt to make our best effort to address. And I do not see that in this plan. This plan, if you look page to page, doesn't include really pertinent data that I would expect from a plan created by the fire chief. So I would
No,
like
I
to
can include
revise it.
I can include everything that I've stated, which substantiates that, and we could put it down in writing for you.
Yeah. And I think also just, a true mapping of over 18 months, how we're going to deal with, the creation of new vacancies because we promoted these people, like a plan that considers all of the dynamics, and not just kind of like, I think we could do better.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Chief, I think you know how you've mapped it out before with HR. I think that's the level of detail Councilmember Robinson is asking for. So maybe if we can have Denmark and Sharon and Nikki and you work together, and then we can provide an updated written report for the council by the meeting on the 24th.
We'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Councilmember Robinson that this is a half-baked plan or no plan at all. I'm glad that I would love that by October 24, in addition to this, we receive the data that I have asked before, which is the data about that shows the causes of overtime 3 years, like in 3-year period. And that also answer the question that you were not being able to answer here about the ADR and how many claims had been filed since May of this year, which was when the ADR ended. I
Councilmember
just,
Jimenez, if I may, I'm sorry. So for that piece, we'll work with risk management, and Nikki, the chief, wouldn't have that, but we'll have HR and risk management work with the chief so that you can get that information.
and I know that there is a side letter that are working, and I think like to do this, and Councilmember Robinson was also mentioned that I have a conversation with Jack Hodge also about it. He hasn't been involved in all of that, but I just got some information. So I would love to have that as the short term, because the idea is that, yes, we can, like, we are trying to reduce the mandatory overtime. You mentioned the academy. I don't know how many people are you expecting there, so that will be great to have some idea. But as the conversation with when Councilmember Robinson was talking about promoting, then it's going, like, the mandatory overtime is going to shift, right? To if we promote from the firefighters to the engineer and the captains, the mandatory overtime will go to the firefighters. And there is no plan whatsoever here that addresses that. And I think like this is something that it had been working in the past when the battalion, you just have one battalion, and there was some side letters where you internal, you work that out. So I hope that is something that we can see quickly, and yeah, and more data. This is, I know the Mark, you are the data guy, so don't think that I am criticizing you, but this is unacceptable in terms of like a presentation right now where I personally had been asking for a lot of data since May. So I was hoping that by today, that data was part of this report, so we can start discussing more how we are going to do different things instead of just trying to answer the same question that we had asked over and over. So thank you.
I also want to echo the sentiments of my council members. This was a report. It wasn't a plan. I didn't see any timelines. I didn't see any, as Councilmember Robinson pointed out, any plans for filling in the vacancies that came up with promotions. I mean, that would be a plan, knowing how to fill in those vacancies. I'm curious. We had a study done on the fire department. It was supposed to be a plan to build a plan to build cooperation within the fire department. Did that bring about any suggestions as to how to reduce overtime?
I don't know what plan you're referring to.
Weren't you interviewed by a consultant firm that was supposed to help bring the fire department together?
We've gone through, as a command staff, through the first part of that. There were some discussions that took place after that particular workshop, but that's all I know. Past that, that's something that HR is handling.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is that there was no discussion on how to reduce overtime or how to build cooperation so that overtime could be reduced.
No, it was that the goal, from what I understand, was for team building and goal setting, which is what we went through.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't been shared with me what the end goal of the consultant is, and so that's all I know. I would speculate as to anything past that, but in terms of your question, whether any mandatory overtime or anything was discussed at that, it was not. And to tell you the truth, it's not jurisdictional to a consultant to tell us, how to deal with mandatory overtime. But it wasn't discussed.
Right, but consultants are hired to offer suggestions. And so my question was whether or not there were suggestions that were offered, but apparently, if there were, you're not aware of them at this point. Thank you. That's all. If there are no other comments, we are adjourned. Man, I'm ready